Please quit the sound effects or we'll mute you.
It's all over the place these days, but let's stay positive. We're going to talk about financial control and how to make some money, and a little bit about the occult on Coast to Coast. I'll definitely be tuning in as always. Hosted Coffee Board. Talk to you tomorrow night. Yes, sir. And
I love it. I mean,
and to give some backstory. Was it opening day? Which we had that first guy running on the field. Yeah, I think it was opening day. And the guy proposed to his girlfriend, and I got into a long protracted argument with someone on Twitter saying they didn't have to tackle the guy like that. It was unnecessary use of force. And I'm saying, look, these guys are trained, or they're training some of them in my studio with law enforcement, that when they're on the field, they are to tackle them and put down the threat because they are a threat immediately. Because not only are they going to run around, they pose a threat to the athletes on the field. You don't know going out there to propose to the girlfriend or to harm an athlete. You just don't know that. So they're all trying to tackle them and put them down immediately, not have them run around the field. And this first guy who proposed to his girlfriend, while the media was just, swooning over the fact, oh my gosh, it's so romantic, he proposed to his girlfriend. I said, that D-bag should not have been celebrated in any way. If people were interviewing him, in an expose like the LA Times, and him, it's like, look, they're opening the door for even more idiots now because you rewarded this guy. He was not arrested. He's only kicked out for like a year. I mean, yeah.
The capital of Georgia is Tbilisi. Shout out to Boris. I know a lot of people get that sensitive content warning. If you don't want that, you can go on your Twitter not for Boris, but anybody who's looking at an account. If you ever see that, you can go into your settings and say in the privacy, show sensitive content, and you won't get that warning anymore, and you'll be able to see whatever they posted.
Who looks like a younger guy, probably like early 20s.
Would you please repeat your question?
And he was dressed all in black, and he had his cell phone.
Absolutely. I'll walk you through it. So it's in the settings. Let me see what the actual steps are. Settings of Twitter. And so if you're able to get there, there is a, so you log in, tap and support, choose settings and privacy from the drop-down menu. Tap privacy and safety, then content you see. Check the box display media that may contain sensitive content. So, hold on one second.
So this guy jumped over.
Absolutely.
Over from the field level.
Sure. What kind of questions do you have for ChatGPT?
But yeah, there's players right there.
That's not appropriate. Ronnie, do you have any serious questions to ask ChatGPT? I'd be more than happy to look them up for you.
professional athlete, when someone runs out on the field, it's not up to me to determine or discern whether you need harm or not. I don't know if you're trying to be like this, or let's say let a foot athlete and try to get a selfie on the field, which is a distinct possibility, or does he have some other nefarious motivation? This is going to end badly here. This is going to turn into a TikTok challenge. I'm being serious. This is going to turn into a TikTok challenge. Who can outdo who on a field in the middle of a
Just
game?
one moment. The question is, in what events has the country of Georgia medaled in? You want the Summer Olympics or the Winter Olympics?
I don't want anything good to come of you breaking the law and putting other people in danger and stopping the game so 50,000 people or how many people can look at you.
In the meantime, A of A, do you have any other songs that you could play while I look up this question?
You got to start prosecuting these folks to the full extent of the law. I'm telling you, just like Netflix password sharing lockdown, this is only going to end one way. Something is bad, something bad is going to happen on the field. To a professional athlete, and people will say, oh my God, how did this happen? Because these motherfuckers kept letting them run on the field, or encouraging them, and idolizing them, and celebrating them, and rewarding them. So of course they're going to keep doing it. You had two for the week. Why is it going to stop tomorrow? It doesn't just have to be Dodger Stadium. This is the trend nationwide, where other states are trying to outdo LA. Yeah, and that goes back to the whole social media component of it. There's going to be more. Someone's going to get hurt. Someone's going to get sued. You're saying, well, they didn't have to tackle them like that. Yeah, they do. There has to be a deterrent. I remember when Monica Seles was stabbed on TV during the match. It's going to happen again. And you're going to get to the point where it's not like hockey where you have that board keeping people off the ice. You know, we live in this free country and we abuse these freedoms left and right. And eventually, some of these freedoms, in terms of how we enjoy sporting events, is going to get taken away.
All right. There was a question, Georgia, the country, has won medals in a few different sports at the Olympic Games. And then this is ChatGPT. As of my knowledge cutoff of 2021, Georgia has won a total of 25 medals at the Summer Olympics, and all of them have been in combat sports or weightlifting, specifically wrestling. Georgia has won a total of 14 medals in wrestling at the Olympics, including 8 gold medals, 2 silver medals, and 4 bronze medals. Judo. Georgia has won 8 medals in judo at the Olympics, including 2 gold medals, 3 silver medals, and 3 bronze medals. Weightlifting, Georgia has won 3 medals in weightlifting at the Olympics, including 1 gold medal, 1 silver medal, and 1 bronze medal. So I wouldn't want to mess with a Georgian when it comes to fighting. These are sports: wrestling, judo, weightlifting, my man. Ronnie, have you watched the Olympics? Do you know what the Olympics is? You know what the Olympics is. There are other sports than that.
Throughout Southern California. The Green also carjacked at least 2 vehicles from March 21st through April 15th. So the 23-year-old would point a semi-auto handgun at the store working to gain money from the register, or he killed him. In total, Green got just over $15,000. He was charged under the Hobbs Act, which is interference with commerce by robbery. All right, with that, we were in a discussion on the NFT world and art. And really, if you have an NFT project, feel free to share it with us. Ronnie, if you interrupt me one more time, I'm going to drop you down to listener. Go ahead. Okay, well, we told you how you could shut that off if you'd like. You're a big person and you know how to do that. You can you can respond to it, you can block it. You don't need our advice on that stuff.
The Biden administration has asked the Supreme Court to put the restrictions on hold indefinitely. The FDA approved the use of mifepristone 23 years ago. A location's been identified for a temporary emergency homeless shelter that is set to open in Long Beach. Homeless Services Bureau manager.
Okay, so that kind of language doesn't help anyone. Ronnie, are you involved in NFTs? Do you have any NFTs? Very well. How about you, Boris? You have NFTs? How long have you been in the NFT game?
The shelter will also offer case management, behavioral health, a tech space, and screening for housing.
Very well. What's your favorite NFT that you have?
Alive with the possibility of becoming permanent shelter. An Air National Guardsman in Tennessee has been arrested and charged with applying to be a hitman on Harry website. The U.S. Attorney's Office for Middle Tennessee says the man found the Rent a Hitman website.
You have a CryptoPunks?
Searching for contracting mercenary jobs. The office says the guardsman applied for work on the site in February.
Oh, but you're saying CryptoPunks is one of your favorite NFT projects? I see. I see. I was going to say, if you had a CryptoPunks, wow, you were in very early. How about you, Trayvon? Do you have any NFTs? That's all right. I didn't have any before a few months ago. And all right, Ronnie's done. Exactly.
Rep for the singer says Ocean has broken his leg and sprained his leg as well.
Go ahead, Nick. Great question. I'm a collector, so I'm not in it to make money. Essentially, there are other people who can answer this question probably better than I can, but I look at NFTs kind of like stock a little bit, and the projects themselves are like the businesses. So you own a little bit of the business within NFT, so to speak, and people promote it. So NFTs, non-fungible tokens, but that's really kind of a misnomer because people buy and sell them all the time. But the reason why that they are, I would say, growing and important is they are a type of digital art that you can own. And the fact that you can own that makes it special. Essentially, you can go buy Amazon stock. That's great. But there's no real value to that intrinsically. It's just a piece of paper that shows that you should have a very, very minuscule amount of a company. While in the NFT world, you can have a similar amount of purchase. You can make a similar purchase and have the beauty of the art, but also there are communities in which you can interact with art. So I know some projects have video games where you buy a piece of art. Let's say any one of these. I'll just use an example. Kawasaki has a type of pixel NFT art. He could make, or he or she or they could take that art and put it in a video game and actually play like a side-scrolling video game if they'd like. They could play an open world video game, and these are being created. Additionally, there's a metaverse that's being created as well, where you can actually live out the character's life using this piece of art in a different. Boris, please. You can live out a digital life of a person essentially in the metaverse. Does anyone have any contributions or perhaps want to change anything that I said about NFTs? Go ahead.
When you order virtual work on ootd.com, we've got your back. Real humans are here to help with your order every step of the way, making sure everything goes right, even behind the scenes without you confirming with the restaurant that everything is on track. If there's a problem,
Boris, my man, we were really nice to you, and we're going to continue to be nice to you, but you have to be professional, and you can't just talk without without being called on, okay? This is your last warning, my man.
This podcast where the former mom shares fascinating conversations with insightful people and investigates ways to live life today on purpose. Try something new. When is the last time you did something the first time you did something? We're used to watching them do the same thing, the same activities. Let's even do something fresh.
Okay, ask the question then. What part of it?
Or wherever you get your podcast.
Boris, what's your question? You don't know what NFTs are, or what Bass Somatic's saying?
Our fresh produce to meet your expectations, which is why we're dedicated to doing up to a 27-point inspection on our fruits and veggies, checking for things like orange. In fact, only the best produce like crispy oranges and thick carrots reach our shelves. Because when it comes to fresh, our higher standards is better produce. Fresh, fresh for everyone.
Save even more on your favorites. Simply mix and match 5 or more participating items. Get them for just 99 cents each during our 99-cent sale going on now. Starting May 7th, 2025, you'll need a federally accepted form of identification, like a Real ID, to fly within the United States and visit friends and extended family members on military bases. So why wait to give yourself these real benefits? Get your Real ID by starting the application online, uploading the correct documents, and make your appointment at the DMV to finish the process. By applying for a Real ID now, it's one less thing to worry about later. Visit realid.dmv.ca.gov today. Have you ever gone to a range to hit a bucket of balls? I hate it. The last time I played golf was about 25 years ago, and I left all my golf clubs at the club, and I never, ever went back again. The Phil Conway Jr. Show. There's somebody else's problem now. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KL.
All right, that's enough from Boris for right now. We have some new friends who have joined us. Official, let's see, John Sutherland, how are you?
From the heartland of America and the gateway to the West. Good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm Phil Doring. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, the occult. Well, before we get going into our program tonight, our condolences to our UFO reporter, Kevin Randall.
We're well, thank you. How are you?
Kevin, we're here for you, whatever you need. What's happening? Alabama authorities have announced that 2 teenagers
The Three-Fifths Compromise. It's very controversial and outdated.
4 people killed, another 32 injured when gunfire erupted at approximately 10:34 p.m. Saturday at the Mahogany Master Branch Studio. Days later, the Alabama law enforcement agency announced that a 17-year-old and 16-year-old were formally charged with 4 counts of weapons. Tesla has cut prices for some of its Model Y and Model 3 electric vehicles in the United States. It's the 6th time it has lowered U.S. prices this year, amid concerns about the effects on its profit margin. Ms. Shublock, registered investment advisor with us. Ms., what's going on at Tesla? Well, first off, they had to cut prices in order to be able to get tax credits that Biden is offering. But despite those tax credits, delivery
So,
only went up 4.5%.
John, you were asked a question. Apparently, you have a thing for larger people. Is that correct? That's tight. Have you always liked bigger people? What is it particularly that you like about bigger people? All right, man. That works.
Way more than what the huge tax margins they compared to GM or Ford or any of the other car manufacturers. But Tesla, despite falling 50%, from its peak, its still priced a 51.
No, yeah, no, there are a lot of them. No, I don't know Pam personally.
That sounds great. Actually, it is great. But production is up 44% from a year ago. 78,000 vehicles here that how's it going to sell them other than cutting the gap. Its cash flow was $441 million. That's pretty good. But expecting $3.2 billion. It's the worst quarter in 3 years for Tesla. Given what we have been discussing about the state of affairs of the economy, I think it's going to get a lot worse here for Tesla.
All right, that's a racist comment. John, there's not helping anybody. Honestly, we've tried to be nice to you. Let's not get on racial topics. I mean, we can, but if you're... All right, you're done. Agreed. There's no. Absolutely. We were talking about house music. We're talking about house music and what it does to people. And I think there's a certain almost like magic in the vibrations, the wavelengths. And basically, like when A of A played that most recent song, I was thinking to myself how that affects like what it does to a big club or something like that. I mean, I think it raises people's heart rates. It raises their stimulation. Their pupils probably grow. There's some really interesting aspects to what music can do. And anybody else have any feelings on house music? All right, well, you guys can go live in a wonderful world in your own Twitter space. Go for it.
The new research comes from 11 authors at 7 major universities and research in Germany.
Also, don't forget, it's 420 in many places of the world. So we have some people who are trying out some new types of herb. If you are a partaker in that, please tell us, what are you smoking? What do you enjoy? Do you like to vape it? Do you like edibles? Do you enjoy just regular grinding it up, putting it in a joint? How do you like it? How about you, Bassomatic? How do you like your herb?
And cognitive reserve. Now that's fine, but what about the promise, the headline page, that just simplicity is true. And if there is a benefit, listen, did that bonus back by reading? Thank you, so
Absolutely. You were saying, very interesting, you like it aged.
That's a solid integrity, just try those. Provides a full brain workout. When constantly listening to music can reduce anxiety, blood pressure, and pain, as well as improve sleep quality, mood, mental alertness, and memory. In one 2-month study, asking experimental subjects to make a listen to audio book of their choice for an hour a day, the other group listened to the music of their choice. One of the primary researchers on music related to the brain and aging, Finland Heppo-Sakamo, sums up the results like this. Music listening was found to be superior to audio listening. Then, Sakamo reports 3 major brain areas in which clearly listening to music was not a brain matter. The brain's dopamine-powered reward center. How does music send us off? Sakamo says music arguably ranks among the most powerful and diverse sensory, motor, cognitive, and emotional experiences to have. But for Sakamo is the main literature extensively, and he has particular recommendations for me. Those who also the fast, simple, and nature those contemporarily enhance cognitive and therefore he has playing more Sakamo as. Plus, playing musical instruments and dancing to report activities that are specific to dementia. The bottom line is the brain operates on a simple principle. You got that? Like Howard. That's the name of the game. Thanks, Howard. The director of the Pentagon UFO Research has provided an update on their work at a briefing for the Senate Committee on Armed Services and indicated that they have yet to find any evidence that the phenomenon is extraterrestrial in nature. They say that the balloons, unmanned aerial systems, clutter, natural phenomena, but they haven't found anything that believes that they come from any extraterrestrial possibility. In a moment, Robert Kiyosaki joins us, author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. We're going to talk about the state of the economy and how it affects you next on Coast to Coast Today. Consumer Cellular is the most trusted wireless brand, and they've been providing superior nationwide coverage for more than 25 years. Switch today and save up to half on your wireless bill. They offer unlimited talk and text with flexible data plans starting at just $20 a month. Their award-winning customer service team makes switching easy. You can your phone and number, and activation is free. Plus, you can add a family member to your plan for just $15 as a major carrier. With coverage to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by the 100% risk-free guarantee. Also, with Consumer Cellular, you can save up to $250 a year. Go to consumercellular.com/Nori. For a limited time, get 25 off your wireless bill. And you use promo code Nori. consumercellular.com/Nori and use promo code Nori for $25 off. Fun and Adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Summer. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrills in straight-on action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember in their line of titles. I Wagon, Haunted Planet, Space Ranger, codename Adam Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Wagon Jr. Join them at iWagon.com, iWagon.com. With bank sale, when bonds is valued and the stock market is in turmoil, you'll be glad you own gold, and now you can own gold in a retirement account. That's right. First Gold will help.
That's an amazing idea, Bassomatic. It's almost like a Yelp for weed or something, right?
Just text the word Coast to 989898 and get a free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, just valuable insight. Protect your savings with gold from First Gold. Text Coast to 989898.
Reference and whatnot, and that's fine. Like, that's really neat. A lot of women find these extremely helpful for some of their comments.
So welcome back to Coast, George Dolan with you, Robert Kiyosaki, back with us, best known as the author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, the #1 personal finance book of all time. He has challenged and changed the way tens of millions of people around the world think about money. He's an entrepreneur, and he's an investor who believes that each of us has the power to make changes in our lives, take control of our financial future, and live the rich life we deserve. With perspectives on money and investing that often contradict conventional wisdom, Robert has earned an international reputation for straight talk and reverence and courage, and has become a passionate and outspoken advocate for financial education. Robert, welcome back. I hear a lot about you, my good friend.
Well, George, thank you. I appreciate the time on your network.
The collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. I want to get your take on that. What causes things to go down like that?
Are you familiar with Arrowwood vaults?
At the Fed and the Treasury vault. I'm a little bit afraid of Silicon Valley Bank, Chase Bank, Bank Credit Suisse, Deutsche Bank, Bank of Japan, and then very trouble because it's a systemic bank. That goes back all the way to like 1964 when they do it, you know, and had a full $10.5, it used to be a full today. And that's Gresham's law.
Absolutely. So essentially, it's people's experiences with different kind of drugs, but it's like every kind of drug you could ever think of. I mean, like that's known to mankind. You'll get people on there who just like will eat like a package full of like morning glory seeds, and they'll put their experience on it, or they'll eat like a tablespoon of nutmeg and they'll put their experience on it, or they'll do LSD, or they'll do like DMT, they'll do mushrooms, they'll do like even some kinds of weeds are on there. But also they'll do combinations, and they're pretty honest about it. So they're like, oh, I did like 500 milligrams of caffeine and like an 8-ball worth of Coke, and here are my experiences. And the people write like journal entries essentially of what their trip was like. These are trip reports essentially. I find it very, very helpful if I'm ever going to trip to read those and know like what people's limits are, because if not, you're going into the world blindly and you can really hurt yourself, if not die. So when you know like people have like already gone to the other side, essentially using the amount that whatever you have with which you're experimenting, it's much more helpful. I've used it personally. I've been using that website for probably, I was really trying to think about it, like 17 years. It's been around a long time. So it is the world's largest compilation of individuals' trip reports on the internet. And if you really want to, if you ever want to experiment with any kind of drug, pharmaceutical, or anything, go to that website, see what people have said, what their trips are like, and definitely your mileage may vary, but read up on what people have done previously so you don't hurt yourself, and also hopefully have a really nice trip.
Absolutely. That site was very key back in the 90s with different ecstasy tablets, and they tracked that with such detail. People would say a 19th species and pill that was quite available in New York. Well, it might appear in California, and people are doing tests. They use it's called a medical test. If I remember right, you take some white plastic spoons, strain a little bit of the photo, drop like a active ingredient, pH, and then it'll turn the color. And the speed at which it turns the color and the vividness of the color, like you having a lab test of pharmaceutical or medical grade substances available, you're able to do a pretty decent test for impurities in like imposter substances. For example, all ecstasy is amphetamine, but not all amphetamines are ecstasy. So those colors and those tests are great, but then if there was a hidden pill, for example, like a white Mitsubishi in New York area, then it was fairly common for people to say counterfeit those pills and sometimes put a cheaper, less desirable substance in there. That's just part of the nature of the black market. But there would be tales of what the pills look like, where they came from, basically regionally, and hour by hour, so that's independent by minute experiences that you can expect within 15, 20 minutes to start doing something, or maybe with certain particular pills it might take an hour or more. So they would warn you, just wait about an hour before it kicks in, and it kicks in about 2 to 2.5 hours. That's really important to have. If you're kind of new to it, or you find a new supplier, a new pill, you don't want to be taking those that could be life-threatening or dangerous for yourself, just because you thought you got something that maybe was or not like a fake pill. And they say you give it a little more time. And for the safety of that, we really need to focus on harm reduction. And that site is all about harm reduction and education and chemicals and plants and things. Very important.
I'm absolutely in agreement. It's very scientific, and I mean, when you are in the world and you really want to like enhance your senses, a lot of times, different pharmaceuticals will do that, and at least what I would use it for, exactly what Bassomatic is saying, is to basically be able to reduce the amount of harm I was going to do to myself, but also increase the amount of enjoyment that I would have during a trip. So, I mean, like, there are little tips on it that I would say are really, really important. So usually people would get this type of information. Let's just say you're going to do psilocybin, and like you never have done it before, and you're with a friend, and maybe they're in the past, they would be the person who would guide you through it, but their knowledge base is limited to whoever they had perhaps done that with in the past. and you wouldn't know some of the tips and tricks that you can use. I mean, like for instance, increasing the amount of vitamin C that you have while using psilocybin can really increase the amount of visuals that you have, and can also improve your trip experience. And like they'll tell you.
Now, what does that mean to the economy? But it's a sort of extraction using electrons, and like a lot of these psychedelics, for whatever reason, vitamin C is like an activator, potentiator, where orange juice, like LSD, same thing. The vitamin C in there, I don't know what it is, but I can tell you that on a tab or two, orange juice is just a whole next level experience. If you let it be, it's all in your mind, basically. Because
America was founded in 1773 with the plot.
your taste buds, your brain uses chemicals and electrical impulses. But there's something about it, like the word, so much more aesthetic to me at times, and relative, really creative, very positive, enlightening experience.
Or gradually income tax and secondary response, which is known as autonomy. I'm saying that what a politician offered by
I have quite a few of them, and I would use that website to enhance the experiences, and also hopefully not trip out as well. Like to know, like, oh, somebody's been through this. I'm already through the peak of this, and especially with new kinds of drugs, I would say, like, especially when I mean, I don't have a lot of money, but I've had even less money in the past in my life. So when you're like experimenting with like things that you're just going to find at like a pharmacy, or perhaps like natural types of like ways to hallucinate, you don't know whether to use a teaspoon or a pound. There's just there's no previous experience that you may have. So you go onto Arrowwood Vaults and you read what people have had, and like there are things on there that I didn't even know were drugs, like green tea. Like you can smoke green tea and get a buzz off of it. Nutmeg, you can definitely, like morning glory seeds. There's all kinds of like natural things that are out there that you can just buy at like your local store, and you can trip balls on this stuff, but you want to do it in a safe manner. There are also some aspects of it, like I like to experiment personally with the fringe aspects of like pharmaceuticals and things. So one thing that I think is really interesting is vaping of alcohol. And it's like, what is that? So basically, if you have a vaporizer, you can put alcohol in the chamber, and it will essentially create a alcohol vape. And the reason why I wanted it is I didn't want the calories that come with a lot of alcohol that you can get, and it's calorie free. And essentially, you can create your own kinds of drugs. So like I would like vape like Everclear basically, and you get way drunk by inhaling it. But I would have never like thought of some of those things without some of the people who have been on Arrowwood Vaults, and like I would really consider them trailblazers in a lot of ways. When before you would only have like a buddy who would be like, oh, this is how you need to do this, and you're fortunate if you would have that, and you can really hurt yourself. I think a lot of people would have overdosed, but not for that website. I think a lot of people would have gone to the hospital, but for that website, where it's basically a friend there who can tell you you are going to peak at 2 hours. Like here's an interesting one that a lot of people may have if you've ever had edibles. Like basically, edibles today are very, very good. They taste very good. So you can't eat too much of them, or you may be fucking tripping for days. But a lot of people don't realize that it doesn't instantly kick in. So they may eat like a brownie and be like, oh, okay, well, it didn't kick in. They may eat the whole pan of brownies and be tripping for days on that. Like you read on something on that and just say, hey, you take it easy, give it at least like 2 hours before you're really gonna like hit the peak of these things. But if you don't have that kind of guide I feel that you can cause a lot of damage to yourself and perhaps even die. So I've always been a very big advocate of it, and to know that there's a marijuana version of that, essentially, I think is really great for real people's issues, menstrual cramps, anxiety, stimulation. These are all really important things. They're taboo subjects, but I feel that they're very important to human society. What are your thoughts, Bassomatic, and the rest of the room?
I mean, CFI 24-hour newsroom, two people have been shot in the Hollywood Burbank Airport. LAPD says officers responded to calls of a shooting around 8:45 on Vineland Avenue. Two people were found with gunshots and have been taken to the hospital. Police have not been arrested. A 26-year-old Home Depot worker in Pleasanton has been shot and killed confronting a woman who was trying to leave the store after stealing things. The suspected shooter and getaway driver have been arrested at a prison officer in Oakland. The LA Long Beach area is number one for bad air. There's been ranked as the most ozone-polluted air in the nation by the American Lung Association. The association's been putting out its air report for 24 years. LA Long Beach has topped the list for the past 23. Tesla dropped the base price for two of its top-selling models with Tesla's fourth reduction this year. Prices have been reduced by $3,000 for the Model Y SUV and by $2,000 for the Model 3. Southside weather from KFI, sunny, warmer tomorrow, highs in the 70s to low 80s, warming into the 80s to low 90s.
Great question. Yeah, and I've never really known anybody to do it too much. So here's like what ended up happening was I ran out of bud, likely, and was like, well, I had a vaporizer, volcano vaporizer. If you're familiar with the volcano vaporizer, it's like the Rolls Royce of vaporizers, and essentially it looks like the Apollo capsule, and it inflates these bags of like usually it's vape, like whatever, cannabis or whatever you want to consider it. But in this case, what I did is I put instead of putting bud in the chamber, I put like a cotton swab that was dipped in that had like a vodka in it. And so what would happen is that heats up just like it does with bud, and the inside of the bag actually just has alcohol molecules in it. And when you inhale that, it hits you almost immediately, and it's very powerful. So essentially, you need to be very careful with it. Meaning, like you can really mess yourself up if you just keep inhaling alcohol. I mean, that's essentially what you're doing. Is you're huffing alcohol, but in hopefully a safer manner. There isn't a hangover to it that I found, so you don't have all the negative aspect or a lot of the negative aspects of alcohol, like the calories. And the hangover. Also, your breath doesn't smell like alcohol as well. So I mean, like if you want to be like an active what do you call these kinds of people, like someone in society who is active as an alcoholic, that's probably a good way to do it. I'm not advocating for that because I think there are safer ways to get your kicks essentially, but I have done it, and I would say as well, like there's not a lot of documentation on vaping alcohol. And so that's something you kind of have to be your own trailblazer on. I would say that there are some aspects of it that like I definitely would have, if you would have asked me, like, do you like vaping cannabis or vaping alcohol? Cannabis all day long. It's just, there's more of a body buzz to it. I don't like being drunk, like feeling out of my element. And there are definitely those aspects of it. But calories, perhaps, if for what you do ingest, you're gonna perhaps be very, very drunk. You could kill yourself, and you're gonna have a hangover the next day. Generally, those things aren't the same within the vaping of alcohol, and I really think that alcohol vaping has a huge future. I'm surprised that people don't do it, or that I could see alcohol companies not wanting to do it because you use so little of the alcohol. Like if Exactly. You just need a very little amount. It was like an hour. And then basically you come down from it like you do when you're after alcohol. Like you feel like maybe tired. Sorry, I muted myself. I would say maybe an hour. You feel tired. There is a come down from it. but it's not as bad. No soreness in your throat, absolutely nothing like that. I would say as well, you don't feel sick and you don't want to immediately pass out. Like if you're drinking like Everclear, you're gonna pass out very, very quickly. I mean, if you're not familiar, Everclear is grain alcohol. So essentially, like the most potent kind of alcohol that you can get. Exactly. So there are a lot of like positive aspects of it, and like that's one thing that I did on honestly one of the craziest trips I've ever had, and I don't know why it just muted everyone. Sorry. One of the craziest trips that I've ever had, allegedly, was with morning glory seeds. I don't know if anybody's aware of what morning glories are, but it's a type of flower. And when I was in college, I had no money, and I was in like the driest town when it came to cannabis that you could find. So there wasn't we didn't have really great hookups and things like that. But you could go to your local Home Depot or Lowe's or Walmart on the like little where you buy seeds for flowers. You just buy those kind of seeds, and there's a certain process that you go through. So what I had just read on Arrowwood like how to do this. I would tell anyone that seed manufacturers know that people can trip on their seeds, so they put a chemical on the seeds about which I did not know, so that people don't do this, and it makes you very, very sick if you ingest it. So I essentially took these seeds and put them in a coffee filter and just basically made this tea and took it. And I would say it was one of the most trippy experiences of my life, where like everything sounded differently. Neon lights looked really crazy. And now, is it a good thing to do? You're essentially poisoning yourself. So I wouldn't necessarily say that it was a good thing to do, but you can definitely trip. And I would have never known that had I not been on Arrowwood. Another thing you can do is nutmeg. Nutmeg, you can trip really hard on nutmeg. I said green tea. Green tea is definitely a way to do it, but like there's all kinds of stuff in your, underneath your sink or in your spice cabinet that can really, open up your mind. I don't do these things. I don't do them anymore, but I don't do these things to or I didn't do these things to hurt myself. I did it to open my mind, to try to like unlock parts of my mind that I wasn't using. And I found a lot of introspective, positive aspects of it. So if you're someone out there who's just like, hey, this sounds cool, I would go on Arrowwood Vaults and start to learn about what other people had done first, so that you can avoid some of these things. But like we're talking about some of the little hints that you're not going to know if you don't get the right knowledge. For instance, if you're doing psilocybin or LSD, it's really key to take vitamin C, and it will help your trip. It will improve the visuals that you're seeing. So when one person may say, oh, I love LSD, it's wonderful, and they took vitamin C as well, and another person may say, yeah, I didn't think it was that big of a deal, but they didn't take vitamin C, perhaps it's not the LSD that was the difference, it's the supplemental drug that they took that helped the trip as well. So I definitely advise checking that out. And Bassomatic, what was the name of the weed Arrowwood Vaults that you were saying? It was something SOS?
High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, chronic signs of inflammation, and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of eating skin and adaptive skin together, supporting the body for
Dr. Moy, how do I feel after taking adaptive skin?
Eating skin is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours.
you put a depth still on with it, and most of the healers within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects you by stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptostem and IndiStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800.
That's right. And I didn't know that either. And but yeah, there's this spray that they put on them. So if you ever do it, make sure like you and I've read people's reports since then. You need to wash them very thoroughly and even put them through some kind of like alcohol wash to get all that stuff off. So that, but man, it was one of the best body buzzes of my life. I would say I really like body buzzes, and some of the ways that I could get it was through psilocybin, LSD, morning glories. Those were some really interesting aspects. One thing that I really like too, I liked Arrowwood vaults. Okay, so there are things called designer drugs. I don't know if people are familiar with these, but basically in the States, we don't have labs generally that are legal that create designer drugs. In Asia and in Europe, there are these designer labs where basically they're like, you can find them, and if you just like type in like DMT or DMT alternatives, you'll get these like names like 5-MeO for like exactly. And those are really dangerous because I mean they're fun, but it's like, well, you don't know what you're doing when you take that. Do you swallow it? Do you smoke it? So you can go to a website like Arrowwood Vaults, and there will be people who will tell you exactly how to do it or what their experiences are, and it's a much safer way to do it. Because if you have a bad trip, the worst trip I ever had, I just ended up smoking some kind of like 5-MeO something, and I was on my bathroom floor for like 2 days, and I could not get up. It literally like it paralyzed me. I remember just like not even being able to move. You don't want to be in one of those situations. You want to make sure that you have that guiding principle or some at least some basic knowledge of what you're doing, because you can really hurt yourself. But when it comes to some of these labs overseas, I've had some of the best trips of my life using that stuff too. I would go on the dark web. This is how I got into crypto and everything is so this is like, I bought my first Bitcoin. It was under $1,000, and I just used it for pharmaceuticals online. I would go on the deep web, and I would use the crypto as my currency, as many people do, and I would order from labs allegedly in Amsterdam and get LSD that way. And it was so cool how this LSD was sent to you. So essentially you would buy whatever, and like 2 weeks later you get this envelope, like a thank you card from Amsterdam, and it would have like 2 little tabs in it or something like that, or whatever you ordered. And so it'd be like, oh, thank you so much for the recent, I don't know, bar mitzvah gift or whatever they would have put in there. Thank you so much for the holiday gift, or, you know, Happy New Year or whatever, happy birthday. And so if, you know, that envelope, like what are the odds that the U.S. Postal Service is going to find that, but also like that they're going to know exactly what that is. It takes a long time to test all of that information or test all of that. They don't have time for that. But what I ended up finding was some of the best experiences I've ever had. So at least this one time on LSD, I was at my friend's house, and we were doing it together, and he didn't want to do as much as I wanted to do. So I took the part that he didn't have. So I was really, really fucking tripping on this, and I got to a point on LSD where I can honestly say I had another friend there, and I looked this friend in the eye, and I said to him, I don't think you can feel better than how I feel right now. And at that moment, this feeling from the bottom of my like where my coccyx is in my spine all the way up to my pineal gland in my brain, I could feel this shooting up into my brain, literally, and then it exploded of just this wonderful euphoria. Best feeling I've ever had on drugs. I've only felt that good one other time with a girl, and that was like love and things like that. And not to say you can't find that in other ways, but essentially, you know, like if I hadn't done some experimenting, I would have never had that experience. And I remember saying to my friend, looking him in the eye and saying, I don't think that you can feel better in any way than I did at that moment. So I've always been a big fan of LSD, but definitely if you haven't had the opportunity to experiment a little bit with it, do so. But I would say your mileage may vary, so make sure that you check out some kind of Arrowwood lab or some kind of someone's trip report. It's very important that you do so. Bassomatic, you have any experience with LSD, allegedly?
That's a great question. The question is, there's always an insight. The question, how close the insight is. For example, if you want Kool-Aid, that's Kool-Aid. Let's go to school, get a job, work hard, save your money, pay your taxes, get out of debt, and invest in 401k. They're far away from your investment. That's the best part about no financial education. Insider information, it's kind of illegal to trade on that, isn't it? Now, it depends on what kind of insider you are. For example, let's say your mom and pop and you want to buy a house to rent out. So the moment you do that, you go together, you're not an insider, you're an insider to them. But if you buy an REIT, the real transaction trust, the rule for something. Big time. I mean, we had a local bar, and the guy from the company said, yeah, we're unloading this subsidiary we own tomorrow, and you run and buy some stock. Have you committed a crime? Well, it's a test. I mean, it all depends. Take you from day. But the other thing, too, is in the world, my world, the ESG and the I side. An I does what's called family office. The family offices have been bringing those accounts to million dollars. But that's not But if you're an outsider, an employee who gets Kool-Aid at school, and get a job, pay your taxes, save money, and invest in a 401k, you're an outsider. So technically, you cannot do what I do. In your firewall, all of it. So years ago, that's my favorite classical board game.
Definitely in agreement with that, and the delation that happens with things. I know on psilocybin, well, firstly, anyone who hasn't done psilocybin, I definitely, I'll endorse microdosing if you're going to start out.
Most of them have heard these words, increment accept. Assets and liabilities, but they haven't heard of the statement of cash flow. So again, the reason my wife and I created the cash flow forecast to play all over the world, 50 different languages, kids, players, and all this. And kids will learn to be in that fashion. To put your own skill together. I don't need to go to Walmart. I'm not a chef. But I don't need to go to them to buy a deal. I can put my own package deal together. So I got that in my view, Japanese, or first generation Japanese. Because George Arnold trying to be a Japanese people. I was, watching this weird Gary in Hawaii. All that guy did was to get bringing the cows. I said, that's the job I want. So I want these Wagyu cattle. A Wagyu because Wagyu is a brand. That's a beef brand, right? No, it's a high-end beef brand. It is. I noticed that in some Vermont or everything is. And if you look at guys like Buffett, he only invests in brands. But he invests in cola. But he doesn't invest in those kind of cola. So brand is an asset. And so my poor dad was the head of education for the state of Hawaii. He had given bachelor's of lessons in University College. Good man. The Japanese were small. That is so honest. But he knew nothing about money. And my rich dad was the Dutch chess club, who at the age of around 13 had to take over the family business. So one guy, poor dad, was school. Rich dad was free. When I was about 10 years old, my rich dad started teaching us how to name like Monopoly. And they said, why are we playing Monopoly? And my rich dad said, because real estate is one of the
I personally have allegedly. So, oh, go ahead, AOA, please. I find, well, so first time I did psilocybin allegedly, I was in college, and I mean, like, this is like decades ago. It was difficult to get, and to me, the taste, I had such a taste aversion to it that it just would make me sick. I would throw up when I would eat it, and my friend would as well. We would put it on like sandwiches with like their like thing, put it in like peanut butter. Had to absolutely it. So you just swallow a pill. Where the to me the dosage when colors started to look a little more vivid, and like you got a good kind of like minor buzz out of this. It's not like you couldn't drive. It's not like you couldn't go to work. It was just very positive, and music sounded better to me. Even just like microdosing. I got into a point one day where I think I just got really paranoid, and I had a lot of anxiety, and I took too much, and basically I just ended up throwing up and just realizing that I don't know if like honestly my paranoia probably took over, and I did. I absolutely macrodosed. I took way too much to the point I was in the shower like moaning, and one of my roommates was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Oh my god!" I was like in my own world. I don't, So basically, you want to find your happy medium, but it's really difficult. Like I knew I was taking like pill after pill after pill of these things, just knowing, because I kind of wanted to see what would happen. I would say your general, like, I don't know, gram amount is really probably a good for starters if you want to have a good trip. And if I had any advice to people, what you should do is definitely have a babysitter or someone keep an eye on you, especially if it's your first time, because they can help guide you through it, because it's definitely a strange world if you don't know what you're doing. So I had both of those things, and one of the things that my friend and I did, if you're not aware, there is Pink Floyd Wizard of Oz mashup. Exactly. And you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So I had some really interesting experience with this. Originally, like, I think I was a freshman in college, or I might have been even in high school. Frankly, I had some really great friends in college who kind of took me under their wings. So I got more experience, I would say, than most people in high school. And one of the things that we did, I think we were just having some beers or something, but they told me about, hey, have you ever synced up Wizard of Oz and Dark Side of the Moon? And so we did it manually. And when we did that, it was like, wow, it synced really well. And if you ever want to know what this is called, it's called Dark Side of the Rainbow, also known as the Dark Side of Oz or the Wizard of Floyd. But basically, you'll see some crazy synchronicities within these two pieces of art that normally you wouldn't see. And so I had that experience. And then when I one time had done it with psilocybin, definitely had like I saw it in a totally different way. So I would say the experience that I at least had on it was going outside and looking at nature. You will have such a more appreciation. Nature, yeah.
Stuff like that, and like and I was on stage with them, and I covered the world together, doing cost on real estate investing and all that. But there were those two books. You can check that out. I'm on stage, and I usually on a hungry term, but I came up on stage and corrected. Really? Because don't ever say that. There's no such thing as I slept on 65,000 people. We got the kind of man. I had a friend of mine who knew him well. You may have known the guy who has passed on. Ron Rice, who founded Hawaiian Prophet.
I couldn't agree more. I think Day Tripper is about that. And I honestly like to trip, I think, more during the day because you can go outside and be one with nature. So if you're going to do this, again, it's really important to have like a babysitter or like somebody to watch you. And so you don't get lost or do anything like that. A guide. Exactly. And so I had those kind of experiences. This one time, and it was like when I did it with my friend, it was like we were in a movie, like a Disney movie, where all the trees looked like they had faces, and it was like, but it was safe. We weren't scared or anything. It was a really, really interesting opportunity, and it almost made life like a movie. I felt like I was in a movie when I was on it. Go ahead, Ave.
Do you think he's got a chance to get reelected? Well, that's not going to happen.
Absolutely. We're going to do the same thing every single night. So hopefully we'll see you tomorrow night if you have the opportunity. Thank you so much for joining us and just really appreciated you being here. Thank you so much, AOV. Shout out to Toronto. Shout out to take care, my man. Bassomatic, you had mentioned that you felt like you were in a movie when you were on it too. Is that correct?
You're right about that. Robert, we're going to take a short break and come back and take phone calls with you. Plus, I want you to recommend things that people should be able to do to protect themselves, and then we'll start taking calls next hour.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief, with your story. Just go to beyondbelief.com.
And I'm staying in the same spot with public. Just so stuff like that. It's like intentionally small and it was a giant big picture of the universe. So I probably had spots kind of parallel to each other. And so I was like reflecting on the infinite side of the universe and my smallness, and also my extreme importance. Relative experience that I have in the
You can win $100 instantly just by opening your envelope. Punch the mailbox to learn more today. No purchase necessary. Points are prohibited. See directly marked out as envelopes or .com for details. You know the chance to fresh spring flowers, but you know it doesn't agree with their pollen. You prepare for allergy season with top-tier allergy products.
I think perhaps it'll make you have a different appreciation if you are secular for the natural world and just realizing that it is very, very complicated and perhaps not as simple as you may have once thought. I would say as well that there's definitely a spirituality to it. And you can see why ancient peoples would consider these to be very useful and tools. And like if you look at like artists who would experiment with these things, it's fascinating how their art changes when they, use different types of, I call them pharmaceuticals because honestly, there's no difference to me whether Pfizer puts it out or you can get it on cow shit. It's chemicals basically, which just one has more of a taboo than some others. I would say that there were aspects of my life that like I long for when I'm on those things, and I just realized like for whatever reason, whether it's availability or cost or whatever, I just don't do them right now. But definitely thought there were a lot of positive aspects of it, and really not that many negative. Aside from, I mean, really there aren't. I mean, at least when it came to like LSD or psilocybin, like when your trip is done and you fall asleep, the next day you might have a little bit of a different feeling, but you more than likely will want to comprehend what it was on your trip, and you don't have a hangover. That was my big thing. I went to a university where drinking was really, really big, and the hangovers were just ridiculous that people would experience, and you'd see people punishing their bodies essentially, and then those people who would perhaps trip or were on cannabis were fine the next day. And it was like, wow, it's just like, why are we all punishing ourselves in this type of way? I really thought that
with
Came out to a lot of damage on University campus. County Airport also damaged. In Cole, Oklahoma, several homes and at least one business were destroyed, and at least one person has been killed. Emergency crews are still looking for victims. And LAPD officers filed a lawsuit against police chief Michael Moore and the department claiming sharpshooting social media restrictions.
The officer claimed Moore blocked her promotions and threatened to destroy her career. She didn't remove videos of her firing guns at shooting ranges and competition. The female officer caught back with for a lot of attention in 2020 after she allegedly shot a man who was waving a knife. The lawsuit filed yesterday claimed retaliation and discrimination by the chief, saying her videos were no different from what
I'm in agreement with you. You mentioned that crampiness. I would find that too. It would feel like, I don't know exactly what was going on, but it's not necessarily poison, but it's like some kind of like chemicals going through your body, and I could feel it in my, like, it was almost like a lactic acid buildup in my joints and in my muscles. That was about the worst thing that I would experience from it. The next day, is talking about edibles and such. I didn't do edibles for a long time. And I did, and then I didn't, kind of off and on. And it had been like a decade since I had done them. And I just got, and I don't know why I went to this dispensary allegedly, but I'm glad I did. It was a good experience. It was in Compton, California, which normally isn't seen as the nicest of places, but I'm here to defend Compton. I'm chief rabbi of Compton. It is a beautiful, beautiful city. It is always sunny. There's no snow. The roads are generally pretty nice. The people are pretty nice. And so it was close to where I was at the time. And I remember going through, and they had these gummies. I was like, okay, fine, whatever. And I bought them and ended up kind of liking the taste so much that I ate the package and then ate like another package or two. And I was fucked up for 72 hours. So there's definitely ways to, like mess yourself up on those kind of things. And that's a difficult thing with edibles. It's like, it's difficult to judge. So if you are doing edibles in any kind, I would say like definitely take your time on it, because you can have that hangover for days.
You're responsible for strong
I love how much you do phrases you can use in real life conversation. And to have the fast recognition tool that tells you how accurate your pronunciation is. So you can really know your accent. In almost any language you want, like Spanish, Italian, Chinese, and Korean. Or you get access to all 25 languages for life with Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Check it out at rosettastone.com.
During week 7, 2025, you may need to realize things for domestic flight. And there's never been a better time to apply than right now. Give yourself the freedom of travel when and where you want. From sporting events and family reunions to romantic vacations or even a weekend getaway with friends, Real ID is your ticket to fly. Make no delay. Visit CaliforniaRealID.org today to start an online Real ID application from the comfort of home. DMV Online. Ready where you are.
Keep your real facts about the private industry and their options for cancellation. Chuck and Cal, founder of Wednesday Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get the timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-334-2266. That's 800-334-2266. 800-334-2266.
If you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy, you can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can making money on your medication. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works.
I'm in agreement with that. I feel as if there were aspects. So I've had a lot of surgeries in my life, like nothing like terrible, but like foot surgeries and like I've had some facial surgeries, and sometimes they give you some type of opiate for that, and I have definitely had better experience. Well, I should say firstly that there's like a taboo about fentanyl, and I've been on fentanyl for years, like from a doctor, and at least the way that I would get it, it was the safest way I think you could ever get fentanyl. I had to take a drug test every time that I got it. I had to see a doctor every single time, and there were these patches that you put on your body, and essentially, you put a patch on the first time. There's this thing called fentanyl nod, where you just fall asleep, and it's absolutely a thing. But there are like safe ways to do that. Definitely, I think that there's a pharmaceutical way, but then there are definitely other ways as well to get pain relief. And I feel like the fact that it's so much cheaper, perhaps easier, to just be able to take a bunch of edibles and be out of your mind, or out of your pain state, that is a challenge to many of the pharmaceutical community. So that's why it's not really endorsed. But I'm definitely in agreement with Bastomatic that it can definitely provide pain relief to all of the rigmarole that I would have to go through. There are also aspects. This was something maybe, I don't know, like 13 years ago. It was big, between 15 and 13 years ago, and it was called Spice. Basically, these designer drugs that you could buy at like a gas station, or I don't know where the convenience stores would sell them. Where a lot of states where medical marijuana wasn't a thing, you could buy basically like potpourri, have these chemicals sprayed on it, and you could get definitely a high, and you could pass a drug test. Does anyone have any experience with this kind of stuff? Spice, K2, Mr. Smiley, there were a bunch of names. Correct. You're right.
Identity theft can happen to anyone, costing billions of dollars in losses every year. And the best way to help protect yourself from identity theft includes shredding statements, never providing personal info over the phone, using longer passwords, checking credit reports often, only using secure online networks, and using identity theft protection services like LifeLock. It's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own, like loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. And if you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George when you call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to lifelock.com. Use promo code George for 25% off.
Great thing. We're not doing. It really makes me think, what is our government doing here if we have
Suddenly. And now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for only $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us the identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, Select Quote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call Select Quote at 1-800-206-9977. That's 1-800-206-9977. Or go to selectquote.com. 1-800-206-9977. That's 1-800-206-9977. Select Quote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials. Commercials.
2 bites of cookie wreck you for 24 hours or more, or you can eat 2 cookies and hardly.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. We're very back with Robert Kiyosaki. We'll take your calls to solve it in this call. Robert, what do you recommend the average family do to protect their income streams or assets? Well, I always recommend financial education. Like, you know, with particular the richest man in the world, Warren Buffett. Yeah, he's the, never has a turn. But then I was to sell financial education. What they should do. Well, I created a tax called Fortune. How to respect Maria Montessori. Montessori school system is fantastic. So let's just do what the hand does. Mind to remember. So imagine trying to learn to play golf just listening to a lecture. Well, that's not going to happen. No, well, this is a question you can't do it. The power of great person is they teach you just listening to an idiot who comes to room. Well, that's not experience at all. So, like when I went to flight school, my instructor could fly. Because you just listen to somebody who couldn't fly on how to fly. There, no way.
Connectedness to each other and the earth.
Oh, good for her. She loves it. She's going to get it. Yeah. Yeah, she went to a good school for that. Yeah, very good. I love it. But you're right. Practical experience is critical. And making mistakes, there's nothing wrong with that. As long as you learn from them. How does the student learn to walk by falling down? That's right. You ride a bicycle by falling down. Every day when we're at flight school, we have to practice crashing. I crashed 3 times in Vietnam. What happened if I had avoided crashing? I could get. You mean you crashed 3 times in real action? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. That's what I'm saying. The saddest fears of my life when I carry it is when your best friends don't come back because they're no, you didn't. It's unbelievable. But then they get spit on by those tough generation hippies. Why did I practice training? I'm wondering if they're sorry.
I'm in agreement with you. Have you had any experience with salvia divinorum?
You know, I still think about something like taking a kid on this age, sit on coffee, each other. I swear to God, I don't have to go You never know. It was let's go to the phone. You ready? Let's go to Brian in Indiana. He's to the Rocklands. Hey, Brian, welcome to the program.
I have. It's an interesting drug. So if you're not familiar, essentially you can get like compounds of it like 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. I have done it really that stick out in my mind at least twice. The first time I did it, I didn't get a huge effect from it. The second time, oh no, I did 3 times. The second time I did it, and the reason why I didn't get a huge effect of it, I don't think I was burning it at the right rate and such, but I have had some very interesting experiences with it. I felt like a rush of water was going over me, like pushing me down or like pushing me in one direction. So when you were saying like you felt like you were going to the left, I felt like it was just like going over me, but it was definitely like a feeling that I had that was changing the, like it was hard for me to stand, like I had to lie basically, and it just felt like waves of energy were going over me. And the interesting thing to me was how short it lasted. It was like 15 minutes and that was it, and you couldn't do it again. If you did it again, it wouldn't work. And so you have to wait some amount of time. And I feel like there's something with drugs, especially when you do it the first time, they don't always work. Cannabis doesn't always work the first time, but the second or third or fourth time, it will work. I've had friends, their first time with cannabis, and it was like, oh, I don't think this is great. Like, I don't know what everybody's talking about. And it's just like your body has to like build up this tolerance to, or like overcome a tolerance to it. And when it does, it's wild. And I felt like salvia was definitely one of those things. And then the third time I did it with a friend, and he had the same effect where it just was like, it was wild. There was this rush over him. And the reason why we did all these drugs, like the synthetic drugs, the salvia, the nutmeg, the green tea, the LSD, the psilocybin, they couldn't be detected in drug tests. And that's the thing. You really push people to the limit when you're doing drugs that can't be detected by drug tests. And I,
that's what we have both sure about this for. Yeah, brother. I like the idea that you can put it in IRA. The real stuff, not the, I hate to say this, but I call it ETF, that's called the Bitcoin. Is Social Security going to be around in 10 years, in your opinion? I doubt it, but let me ask you this, but inflation is about 2%. I mean, there's no way we're going to stop inflation. So that's the biggest problem of all. That's why I say I went to the academy in New York. I studied oil. And when Biden took us off the Keystone National Pipeline, I got rich. So I went $30 a barrel to $130 a barrel. Cut that out. But also what happened to National Valley Bank and all those TRILLIONAIRE and big gold. Our banking system is tough. Maria in Illinois with us. Hi, Maria, go ahead.
Thank you very much for taking my call.
Sure.
So I have a couple of questions. One is on behalf of the family of mine and the second one is to bring me. Well, probably about my son. One of the songs I think is that he actually extends yours. He's always talking about it's a very low paying job. That he's constantly, or he's into tech, he's constantly online all the time, watching YouTube videos, different financial advisors, of course, me, but he's always constantly watching YouTube videos and trying to educate himself constantly.
oh no, I agree. And they don't want us coming together. When I say they, like whatever the powers that be, don't want us coming together and don't want us essentially having these mind-altering experiences, because it changes your theory on things. You realize people don't need money. You realize you don't necessarily have to work, to be happy and all these other things that keep up with that corporate mentality. Also, it's a depressive. So no matter how you look at it, even if it's like sativa and things like that, people don't necessarily, except I do know people who work harder and lift weights better when they're high and all these other things. So I can't say that like it makes you lazy or anything like that. In fact, I think it can make you much, much more productive. I know that I become the world's best cleaner. I clean my ass off on it because I want everything super organized and like that's just how I am. But under normal society, I can just kind of be a slob. So I find that it can affect me in really good ways as well. I have had the opportunity to essentially do many different kinds of drugs, I would say. There are some that like I haven't done, like adrenochrome. I guess synthetic adrenochrome is available through an EpiPen, but like there are some, but like really everything else I've done. Like I'm like you, Bassomatic. When we had Dare back in the day, and it was like I dare you to do all these drugs. It was literally a list of all the drugs that could be done. It was like, oh, okay, we have this police officer who comes to our school and tells us like what the drugs are. We didn't know what the drugs were before that program. but then we definitely knew what it was. When it comes to cannabis, the first time I have a very similar upbringing, I would say, where like alcohol was much more positive and cannabis was like absolutely not. You're going to be a hippie. You're going to be, you're going to never amount to anything. And at least the first time I ever did cannabis, allegedly, right after I graduated high school, and it was like, okay, well, school's done, like we'll try, and not that much happened to me the first time, so I had a similar experience as some other people do. But the second time I did it, it was like, oh, this is amazing. I mean, I remember like I would cry. Yeah, I would be very emotional, but I'd be crying. I'd be so happy. You know what I mean? And like no matter how hard you've ever laughed, if you're like on cannabis or LSD or something else, it's gonna make you laugh so much harder. The hardest I think I've ever laughed in my entire life. I don't know if anybody's ever seen the movie Across the Universe, but it's essentially a Beatles musical. It's really, really an interesting film. And if you haven't seen it, you like the Beatles, definitely check it out. It has all these visuals and things. And my friend and I were gonna see it, and we took mushrooms, and I think we leveled ourselves out a little bit with some cannabis, perhaps. And we were on our way to the movies, and we get there, we get in, and there's this one part of the movie that is very, very serene, where like there's this little boy in Detroit, Michigan, singing "Let It Be," and it's like during the middle of some race riot, and it's just like a really powerful scene. And wouldn't you know, my cell phone went off, and it fell between the seats. So I have this loud, like clamshell cell phone that's going off, and I can't get it because it's in between the seats. And my friend and I are laughing our dicks off because it's just ringing, 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 and in the middle of like the most solemn scene of the entire movie, and everyone in the theater's got to be like, "Oh my god, this asshole!" So when okay, so the cell phone starts, then it starts up again. Oh my god, I couldn't get the cell phone; it was stuck between the seats. Finally, I get it. It was one of the funniest times of my life. My friend and I laughed so hardly, like it was unbelievable how hard we laughed. But I don't think I would have laughed that hard under normal conditions. It really it makes your highs higher. It can certainly make your lows lower, but I don't know. There's something about laughing to the point where you're crying. You've got tears coming out of your eyes. It's just a beautiful thing.
I've never really been into any of this, but I mean, I've been on disability most of my life, so and pretty much just on disability in my life. But my friend is wanting to really communicate. I don't have the internet, I don't have email, anything like that. I'm very old school. I'm not into doing anything online, and plus I'm visually impaired, so I'm not really big on watching videos, but he's kind of like testing me to watch a bunch of YouTube videos, and trying to like push me to get on board to invest and do dividends and, earning shares, which is dividends. But I'm on a government income because I'm on disability. I guess my first thing is more for him, is there any way that he can get it? So he's on limited funds, and he already works, and he's in danger of
Absolutely, and it's a great feeling. I would have girls tell me when they would hang out with me, it was like an ab workout because I'd make them laugh so hard, and that's a great compliment. But also, it's true. You push yourself to the limit, and basically, like you're in the zone. I feel like we really should study laughter. It's really not something that's studied at a university level that well. Sure, you have like studies of like the history of comedy and things like that, but what is it that actually triggers us to laugh and laugh so hardly that we that you cry, or that you have muscle soreness from it? I think one of the things perhaps in the next 10 years AI might get very good at is what is funny to humans, because currently it's not that good at it, at determining what is funny, because it's such a
So my rich dad taught me how to get rich by monopoly.
Four greenhouses, 21 tractor for exchange, red hotel. But the purpose of teaching me to play Monopoly was to inspire my ongoing learning. And unfortunately, what most people was conditioned to do because they went to school was give me the answer. The answer is invest in an IRA or 401k.
Monopoly's a great game.
I still play it every day.
Go to Bill in New Jersey. Hey, Bill, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, George. Speaking to that, to be a retired.
I agree. I agree. If you ask AI like to tell you the funniest jokes that there are, they're not very funny. I mean, they're not what generally people think to be funny. It's like as if you were to read one of those books, like 1,000 knock-knock joke books. That's kind of what it puts out for you, but it will get better. And like when I try to think of what I think is funny or what is humor, it's very subjective. But there's kind of like this, you have this like general consistency of life, and then all of a sudden there's like almost like a paradox or something that is triggered that isn't normal that causes you to laugh. And there's some aspects of humor that can be intensified. For instance, alliteration, using the same letters can make something much funnier, or rhyme can make things much funnier. And when you get things that are really creative and really unique, they can be hilarious. And I really feel like AI, give it some time. I think AI will be very, very funny. And, basically, when kind of to what we were previously talking about with it being 420, happy 420 to everybody. When you're able to take different, like not just drugs, but like what you were saying, Canna SOS, you go and you're able to like watch your favorite movie or whatever on an indica or a sativa or whatever your favorite strain is, you vape it. There are definitely ways to expand your mind. Is anyone here familiar with an accordion bong? Okay, so there's this thing called an accordion bong. Okay, well, firstly, if you want to fuck yourself up as hardly as possible, I mean, like to the point where on cannabis, there's a way. And what is it? It's a gravity bong. Bastomatic, what are your thoughts on gravity bongs?
Robert, what kind of courses is it? Coast to Coast Game.com. What do people still want 25 years across the world? Every publisher understands because they're local county angles, and you don't know what you're talking about. Save money. You should get out of debt. I'm going, no, I don't save money. I use debt. If you understand money, you understand debt is money.
Like in the red light district,
Or whatever they say in one of those movies.
it's not
Death Knight is a
thing, but it's
But
taxing
they said in one of those movies about Death Knight is
bad
a company.
things about humanity.
Well, the big random defender, he's the left that straight. He's a genius. Yeah, but that's his side. It's not my fault. I'm a billionaire and a half. Yeah, but I don't know how to use that. As long as you're cash flow, that's all it is. But this is a big thing. You have to understand history is part of financial education. In 1913, after they can come into existence, the streets have to get into debt. Good point. Robert, we're going to take a short break and come back with final calls in a moment. On Coast to Coast.
Much of the rest of Europe didn't allow it, so nobody built France or Germany or Italy didn't have much cannabis flower. But going back to Amsterdam, I've been flying Amsterdam every day. I catching a couple of days on the side. The coffee head from Americans started to stand up. And just like beer hole, but definitely like very rich. I've been going to October Fest in Germany, and just those new nature, just something they wouldn't be inventing. That's if you're hearing that massive level of sugar very tough. But if you are trying to high push the limit,
I mean, King and the High 24-hour newsroom, LA, Chicago, New York are leading the country in a number of foreclosures. Real estate data analytics firm Adams Homeowners filed 22% more foreclosures this quarter compared to the same time last year. 84-year-old man in Missouri accused of shooting and killing a 16-year-old kid who went to his front door by mistake to pick up his brothers. Pleaded not guilty to charges. He remains free on bail. The CDC's recommended seniors get a second dose of the updated COVID booster. People 65 and up can get another dose of the updated Pfizer and Moderna vaccine at least 4 months after their last shot. The group Greater Palm Springs Pride has declared Palm Springs a drag sanctuary city and announced the 2023 Pride Week theme will be Drag Now, Drag Forever. Palm Springs' Pride celebration will be held November 3rd through 5th. Downtime weather from KFI, sunny and warmer tomorrow with highs in the 70s to low 80s, warming into the 80s to low 90s for Friday and Saturday, back into the 70s and 80s Sunday. It's 50 Jackson, 56 Manhattan Beach, TV local, in KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm
Please stay in the road for road work until 4. Allegiant Park, this is on the one-way northbound right after Stadium Race. And you all are there picking up the whistling. You drive in front of that road. In West 30, there is a work zone on the westbound from Pacific to the Flake. Freeway lanes going to be filled off for road work until 5. You're seeing delays in that area. Hey, if I have to check, hope to get you there faster on Friday. iHeart Podcast is excited to welcome Jay Shetty to the iHeart family. Tune in for On Purpose with Jay Shetty. This podcast with former moms shares fascinating conversations with insightful people and investigates what to live like today on purpose.
Try something new. When was the last time you did something the first time you did a podcast? You're used to watching them do the same thing, do the same activity. Let's do something fresh for you.
Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Live from the Hayes Bedroom, another eventful night for us. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feedback. The tail throws an elbow. Swinging the couch. Steve should get inspired. Absolutely. It inspires us to that. He has treatment that gives comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no phone. Learn more at inspiresleep.com.
Inspired Cat for everyone. Help you after the sleep is right for you. Immediately 2050 and do inspiresleep.com for your
Only in America do you see homeless people that are really need money for food. It's time to go. Still got to do yourself. If he had a time that said you need money for your membership, I'd sure 20 the guy. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Can you think of all the germs that are on the Bible?
You're trying to explain why you didn't go to church last week because you're afraid of germs.
You go to church last week? When's the last time you been to church? I'm glad you're keeping up with your faith.
I'm also not afraid of the germs on the Bible. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And we have a new flavor, the radio flavored Spike Bill Handle. Bill Handle. I don't even want to go there. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
I guess that's kind of a point for everyone. But yeah, very interesting. Personally, not a huge fan. What about you? Are you still using?
I don't, because I don't use herb. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna vape it, but allegedly. But I can tell you this: if you don't have a lot of money and you want to preserve your herb, that's the absolute way to do it. Pastor Medic, you disagree? Oh, no issue at all. Absolutely. Yes.
It's great, like flavor adjustment to the time. And I agree, if you've got like shit where you're really broke, that's a lot for that.
is that you can really preserve it using gravity bomb. So basically what you do is you just have like a small little bowl filled with your herb, and it creates like a 2 liter or a gallon jug worth of smoke, and you can fucking get super high. I mean, I would inhale and I would fucking hit the ground because you took too much and it can fuck you up. Yes, exactly. So what I put in the uh, the jumbotron is something called an accordion gravity bomb, which is really an interesting device where you don't need water for the gravity bomb aspect of it. But man, you can get that little chamber will last you a couple hours. It was really interesting to me that you could burn something and it would be sealed in there for like an hour and it would still work after an hour because the smoke was in this like chamber. So if you don't have a lot of money out there and you're looking for a little invention that's really cheap, I work to have to like if I have herb, the best way in my opinion to do it is a volcano vaporizer. It's top of the line. It's a lot of fun, and you can pass these bags around a party, and everybody's fucking super high on just a little bit of weed. Look, I'm someone who loves me a blunt. I love spliffs. I love fucking basic. Honestly, another thing that I really like, it's kind of a blunt, I guess. It's kind of a spliff, but basically, you take a black and mild cream, you take out all the cigar tobacco, you put it in a frisbee, mix it in there with your favorite herb, and repack it. And man, you'll get higher than a motherfucker using that. You could certainly fill that tube with all weed, but I mean that's a lot of weed to use. But you break it up a little bit. If you don't have a lot of money, those are definitely ways to really enhance your buzz. Bassimet, absolutely. Oh my God, I lived on those things.
I'm a customer insider and I love the show. I can replay the show from the night before or anytime with the show archive. All of the guests are very informative and super entertaining. Sign up and become a Coast Insider today. You'll be glad you did. You sure will when it's only 15 cents a day. And that is something for you to relax. HappyWorking.com has a combination of products to help work everyday stress, fatigue, and moodiness. Now increasing energy and stamina, plus help to follow for deeper and more sound while losing weight. Take Elevate in the morning for energy and focus. Then accelerate weight management and sleep combo before bed for a great full night's sleep.
I've maybe gotten 4 to 5 hours of sleep max a night. I'm pushing between 6 and 7. I wake up to use the bathroom, but I go right back to sleep, which just never happened before, which is pretty awesome. I noticed a higher level of happiness. I also noticed that I wasn't taking naps. I had more energy. I was more in the moment with my kids. That we were laughing more. We were more excited. Every single person could feel it. I lost 10 pounds and 5.5 inches off my weight, and I'm so proud of myself. Makes you feel energy, it helps you feel better. It just works. I stand by it 100% every time. I have good medication to help me sleep, to help me keep me tired. When I'm ready to go to sleep, I'm getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night. Lost some pounds, inches, mainly. My family has made it happen.
George's Power Pack Accelerate and Elevate includes legit peace left for daytime weight maintenance, plus free shipping with promo code George. Accelerate, Elevate, free gift be slim, and now free shipping for one exclusive special price with George's Power Pack. Order now at healthylooking.com or toll free 800-394-9930. That's 800-394-9930. Jump on board now for better focus, less stress, a great full night's sleep, and weight loss with George's Power Pack exclusively at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com. Now here's something on somebody's mind these days: how to save money when inflation is out of control, prices on everything seem so high.
Yeah, man, you bring back some really great memories when I think of a oneie and a dugout. So if you're not familiar with what these are, it's basically, at least the one that I had, or like you could buy these. It's essentially like a tube that at the very end you can pack with whatever you want and then smoke it. And so that's the one hitter. And it's one hitter because it's just like one hit that you're going to get out of it. And then the dugout is like the storage capsule that actually holds the herb. And a lot of times these one hitters look like a cigarette. I don't know if you're familiar with these. It's like kind of the one that I generally see. So you're familiar with that? Yeah. So essentially you could take this outside and just be out in a park or something, and no one would necessarily know that you're smoking, whatever it is you're smoking. And I would find, I mean, I've been
CriticalHealthNews.com. Audio lectures, videos, and articles about health for everyday use. CriticalHealthNews.com features content from world-class alternative health experts.
agreed. And I mean, I've been stopped by the cops at the 1E in the dugout in the car, and like, you know, they don't know, and it's kind of hard to identify. And in my opinion, it was definitely an economical way to be able to enjoy. What's your favorite kind of way to enjoy Bassomatic? Is it a bong?
Education is the best defense against sickness and disease. By visiting criticalhealthnews.com, you can purchase modular nutrition packs and see for yourself how good you can feel. Call 1-855-949-RADIO or 1-855-997-234. And welcome back to Coast to Coast. We're back with Robert Kiyosaki. Robert, what would you say is the greatest lesson you learned in this industry? Well, again, it goes back to the military. Got the courage to face the truth. So there's a movie by Jack Nicholson. Can't handle it. He was there. You've been fantastic. The first thing I ever did was that I was a surfer kid in Hawaii, and I needed difficult. And unfortunately, a lot of people lack that. I'm not saying join the Marine Corps, but just because it's successful for people with what I see. It sure is. The Marine Corps sure did what it had to do with you, didn't it? I'm not proud of it, but I'm glad I went through it. And I hold a lot of indebtedness to the U.S. Marine Corps. How many years were you in? Oh, 6 years out of the academy, at the Military Academy. I joined the Marine Corps. Of course, I was required because I wasn't disciplined in time. You were a rebel. Oh my God. And so that's why there's a time to be a rebel. I'm not. Well, you learn. Well, that's why I commend you for what you do, because you got to speak out. Too many people are afraid of speaking out for each other. Why not speak out? Freedom of speech. Let's go back to the phone. Jeff in Billings, Montana, to get us going here. Hey, Jeffrey, go ahead. Hey, thanks for taking my call. I have a comment and question with sort of banking crisis that's going on. Back in 1991, when I was a teenager, I got into the stock market for the first time, and I bought a couple of savings and loans, which actually was a really good investment. That was my money in the first 5 days that I owned it. But that was a really good time for banks, and that's where the mergers and acquisitions were happening like crazy, and they kind of set up the too big to fail thing that happened in the 2000 thing. But before I invested, I wanted to find out why the prices of these stocks so deflated and depressed, and that's when I learned all about the savings amount crisis of the 80s, which was caused by a lot of inflation going on during the late 70s and some deregulation, and the executives for any company, they're doing a good job trying to make as much money as they can for the company they work for, and of course they did some things that kind of highly leveraged, and that sort of led to some collapse stuff, because things would have worked great for them if the market conditions had stayed the same, but of course, if something happens, and that's kind of what we saw again in 2008, and what we're seeing again. So this keeps happening. Is there a way that people can kind of learn to kind of prevent this? But also, we did get through
that savings and loan crisis rate talked some of the bigger banks into taking on the toxic banks and kind of stabilize things. Of course, then in 1989 with the Financial Institutions Reform Recovery Enforcement Act, it reached the contract for some of them which then caused today's banks to suddenly the rules were changed for them, and then they started to fail and almost had to be taken over by the government. Eventually, they in the 90s things kind of got better, and that's what happened there. But is it possible that some of the same things that happened in the late 80s and early 90s to kind of get through all of this and then get rid of inflation so they work again? And also with some of these, when they regulate, deregulate, and keep alternating and kind of adding sort of chaos and overcorrecting and undercorrecting, a lot of the policies made by Congress, which not everybody in Congress are bankers, and so they're getting information from the industry itself saying, oh, we'd like you to do it this way, and those are the bankers, and then you got other economists saying, no, do it this way, and so you brought up the right question, Jeff. You know the right question. Go ahead. Well, can we kind of learn from what happened, and are there parallels between now and the savings and loan thing? And is there a way that they can use some of the same ideas to try to come out of it? And what do you think, Rabbi?
Well, that's a great question. Congratulations for investing in savings and loans. But that is the problem. It's called moral hazard. When our government fails us for it, that's what happened in Silicon Valley and Signature and all that. We're bailing out the rich at the cost of the poor middle class. And so that's why I created the Rich Dad Company. And that's why I follow Maria Montessori, what the hand does in my remembrance. You've got to understand financial literacy, the words and numbers of money. And your greatest asset lies between your left ear and your right ear. It's called your brain, but it's also called your biggest liability, which is why when I created the Cash Flow 14, I asked people, what did school teach you about money?
I really think Shatter is a future where people Shatter. What are your thoughts, Diesel NFT?
It takes about 6 months to become a financial planner, 18 months to become a hairdresser. Think about that. So what's happening? That's just like, I leave with a question. But I think a question, what did school teach you about money? Next up, we've got Dave, Lake Tahoe, California, west of the Rockies. Hi, David. Go ahead. Hello, George. I talk to you again. I'm a huge fan of yours. I follow every time I see one of your videos, I stop what I'm doing and I tell you, listen, I just love your approach to your viewpoint. I am concerned about the state of capitalism, democracy, and our freedom. I'm very concerned because this banking crisis may bring us down. Do you think that's going to actually happen soon here? And what's going to happen to the next people who actually want
Plants all around it.
Well, there's a bigger thing going on in Gulf of BRICS. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and now Saudi Arabia, BRICS.
It's rosin, and live rosin is definitely a thing. I find that, in my opinion, cartridges are really great. I honestly like a lot of the flavors that they put out. It can get you all fucked up, but it's really clean. You're just vaping it. You can put it in your pocket. What are your thoughts on cartridges?
China is coming on so strong right now. I'm afraid we're going to go to war because that's what I'm afraid because they already fought Vietnam twice. I don't like war. I fight for freedom. But I'm concerned. I'm a concerned citizen. I'm concerned for everybody. But as you know, war is financed by state money. If we couldn't print state dollars, we couldn't afford to fight a war. I hate to say that, but that's what happened. Because step back to all the copies. Without state dollars, fiat currency, we couldn't fight this war. What do you think of China and Taiwan in that situation?
Very dangerous situation. Anyway, China wants to fight Taiwan back. The thing is, Ukraine, I'm afraid we're on the verge of war. I hope I'm wrong.
I never knew it was possible.
Amen, brother. Amen. And it's not just nuclear war.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And that's planetary annihilation.
You know, as you know, being in the Marines, me in the Navy, we have big subs all over the place as our retaliation. Nobody wins.
Nobody with the 0-0.
First time caller, Randy's with us in Juneau, Alaska. Hi, Randy, go ahead.
George, Robert, nice to talk to you. You too. Robert, I first met you in 1988 in Denver, Colorado in a seminary. Yes, sir.
Good memory.
And so I remember those several days really well. I remember the game of the ring toss. Yes. Thank you. I prided myself in being sitting back and watching and listening and thinking. Yes, went over and sat down and said, okay, here's what I want to do. And you said, how much movie are you going to put on this? And I think I said something, I'll let you off the end of 20. And you thank you for that. And said, let everybody else learn their own. Yep, thank you. The short answer is, the plan is the dance. I think everything's quite monotonous. But the hands up, so I'm up with
You're right. You're right about that. Randy, you got a quick question for us? Go ahead.
Oh, I'm remembering these things that you said that in Robert, and another quote is all it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to sit back and say nothing. And Larry talking about global trade, how important it can be. And there's a lot of trepidation now. But thank you, sir. Thank you. It's in my life, and keep going. Thanks for that.
You touch people's lives, Robert. You know that?
Well, that's our job, George. You do the same thing. I'm honored to be in your program.
You've been doing this for how many years now?
Well, quite a while, because I started when I dropped out of high school at 15. Why don't you say stuff about what? You get drunk out of high school, you get court-martialed a couple of times in the military. You're one tough guy. Well, we learn about mistakes, you know. That's true. I'm so grateful for discipline. I was a perfect discipline lawyer, completely undisciplined.
What island were you from?
Well, I grew up in the Big Island, you know, and Kona.
Yeah.
And I was so undisciplined. My poor dad was a super of education. And when I was 6 years, I'm not going to pay for your college education because it's away from my money.
Did you ever take a skill surfing, a big one?
Oh, God, all the time. That's running. Running is calling off the plane.
Are you attached to the surfboard?
Sometimes later on in life, the boards got smaller and more high-density. But the big boards, they're killing me.
Did you ever get hit by one?
Oh, yeah. That's like
Oh my God.
Go to my app, squeeze you in here, my app, go ahead.
Remont, I see you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Two questions very quickly. Tell the source of the quote, if you have something to say, silence is a lie. And to all the inventors out there who have a license open, especially women of color.
All right, thank you. Do you have anything that you'd like to say regarding this conversation, or you want to troll?
Well, I would not be a woman of color and let color take me away. Let me say that because I'm Japanese American.
Hey, at least he answered the question. So you guys were saying, go ahead. Sorry about that, Diesel and Bastomatic.
And so when people say, when these rapists say American systemically raped, that's one of the biggest lies that ever occurred. There's rapists in America.
I'm in agreement with you on that. We've seen some wild ones tonight.
This is the land of the free, home of the brave.
A lot of good people here, Robert.
Oh, unbelievable. And but that's why the anti-color is out.
what you're saying.
It's out. Like, it's like people put the freedom. It's out. It's called the freedom. Robert, when people go to your website, richdad.com, what do they see? Dude, I don't know, George. You know, you want to get to the website. I'm so old school. I don't know if I
Whatever.
how many steps? Good for you. Keep going. Oh, thank you. Thank you. How old do you feel? That's why this week I brought music to help my brain. Oh, yeah, that's right. I believe that. I'm going to start listening to music more and more than talk television. Absolutely. Listen to your favorite music and talk radio. I'm a fun information. I just want it. But I'm 24/7. Will you take your health and come on back again? Okay? George, thank you. I need some big tips for more. Good luck. Allow you to keep down. Because that's what we have Marine, Foodporn, the Navy, Foodporn, Army, Foodporn, Coast Guard, Foodporn. That's what we're all about. Robert Kiyosaki, #1 book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, the key selling to be sure. Up next, we're going to be talking about the occult and demons and strange things right here on Coast to Coast AM, so don't touch your dial. We'll be taking calls in the last hour. Get the show updates like you box for free with the Coast to Coast newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. Are you looking to sell your home quickly and easily without having to deal with the fires or the hassle of the electric selling process? Look no further than Seller's Advantage. Hey, with thousands of satisfied customers, they're the go-to choice for homeowners looking to sell their homes fast. They'll buy your home for a competitive cash offer, and they can close in just days, not weeks or months. No repairs are needed because they buy homes as gifts. And with the most 5-star reviews on Google and Yelp, it's no wonder why thousands of satisfied sellers have chosen Seller's Advantage for their home selling needs. Seller's Advantage is the fastest and most stress-free way to sell your home. So if you're ready to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. Get a no-obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com. DRE number 0196168. Want to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art for more? Here's someone who will tell you why you should call Tangible Investments.
Hi, my name is Alice Eastburn, and I'm the founder of With This Ring.
With This Ring is Alice Charity.
About 11 years ago, I realized that the ring on my finger could literally save an entire village in Africa. So I donated that ring, and now we have rings coming in to our organization from women and men all over the world.
So who buys Alice's donated ring?
Tangible Investments. Our ring donors send our rings directly to Tangible Investments, and they give us more money for those rings than anyone else ever has.
It still helps. Alice is changing the world.
It helps us do what we do best, which is drilling clean water wells in Liberia, Africa.
Tangible Investment owner Sylvie Genova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Still guarantees you'll get more.
Thanks so much, Bill and Tangible Investments, for all you've done for us.
Call now for a no-obligation, free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Listen to the following program will be recorded. What you need to know and when you need to know it.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
R.I.P. Mayor Reardon. I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The mayor of LA, who helped the city rebound from the riots in '92 and led the cities that recovered from the Northridge earthquake, has died. Chris Reardon served as mayor from 1993 to 2001. During that time, the last Republican to hold the office of mayor streamlined the city's permitting process, worked to make it easier for film and TV makers to shoot in the city, and expanded the LAPD. His family says he died yesterday at the age of 92. Filming for the movie Rust restarts today, about a year and a half after the production was paused because a cinematographer was shot and killed on set in New Mexico. Actor Alec Baldwin was holding the gun when it went off, killing Helena Hutchins and hurting the film's director.
Those that won't have any working weapons or ammunition until Baldwin is expected on set.
CBC Station Nathan says Baldwin and film's armorer have been charged with involuntary manslaughter and Hutchins' death. Court they did not guilty. A man in Texas has been arrested for allegedly shooting two teenage cheerleaders when one of them mistakenly got into the wrong car outside a supermarket. Heather Ross says she got into what she thought was her car and found a man sitting in the passenger seat. She said she stepped out, got into the right car with her friends, and rolled her window down to apologize. Two of the girls in the car were shot yesterday. One's in critical condition. Police say the man's been charged with deadly conduct. And says summer hotspots this year are Rome, London, and Paris. Airlines are scrambling to add more capacity on international routes. Delta said this added 20% more capacity. Census data from March shows a record $9.6 billion, were the most spent on air travel in a single month. She says it's up from $9.3 billion in 2019. Expedia says their app has already seen a 25% jump in flight searches for LA, Seattle, and New York City for this summer. Outside weather from KFI, sunny and warmer today, highs in the mid-70s to low 80s. Even warmer Friday with highs in the 80s to low 90s. About the same for Saturday, highs back in the 70s to low 80s Sunday. 57 in Anaheim, 55 Redondo Beach, 57 in West Covina, 58 in Gardena. We leave local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Monique King.
Do you have coins, jewelry, or precious metals and are looking to sell for top dollar? Sylvie Gerard, CEO and owner of Tangible Investments, has become legendary by beating his so-called competitors' offers on these items by as much as 500%.
I had a diamond ring that's been an heirloom in my family for many years, so I went to a local jewelry store and they offered me $600. I just wasn't comfortable. I took it down to Tangible Investments and they offered me over $6,000. That's so it's absolutely awesome.
Deals like these are why Tangible Investments has become America's top dealer in precious metals, jewelry, and collectibles, and why still has been featured on CNBC and quoted on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Over the past 30 years, Tangible Investments has bought billions in collectibles. That's billions with a B. Right now, demand is through the roof. Still encourages all its clients to shop the competition and then call in last. You can make the difference. Guaranteed. Call now for an absolutely free professional, no obligation appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. This is Michael Chico, the managing partner of Jacoby & Myers, and the official law firm of the LA Dodgers. With decades of experience and a track record of success, Jacoby & Myers will protect your rights and make sure you get the compensation you deserve. Trust Jacoby & Myers to do that for you. We offer free consultations to help you understand your case and the options available to you. Don't strike out with the insurance company. Call Jacoby & Myers today. Jacoby & Myers, justice for you since 1972.
Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense at all. They obviously have a price.
Wow, you've got a nice aroma.
Who are you? Mike Diamond, the smell good plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99.
Then you haven't seen it.
Don't need to. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer stopping. The smell good plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99.
Almost.
Yeah, there are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website before you call. Just go to thesmellgoodplumber.com.
Wow, you're like upfront and everything. I'm just going to dive in Bubba, who wouldn't tell me anything.
No Bubba's here now. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclog drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446. iHeart Podcast is excited to welcome Jay Shetty to the iHeart family. Tune into On Purpose with Jay Shetty, the hit podcast where the former monk shares fascinating conversations with insightful people and investigates ways to live life today on purpose.
Try something new. When was the last time you did something the last time with your partner? We're used to watching them do the same thing, same activities. Let's even do something fresh and new.
Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. I got way behind that bank card right out of high school with $5,000 limit. Is that a high school? Yeah, we got about a month. And the guy called me every morning at 8 o'clock. I said, tomorrow I got to catch a flight. Can you call me at 7 as a wake-up call? I said, yeah, I'll do that. For Tim Conway Jr. show. But because his job is militant, I can live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call me 4424 KFI AM 640.
Everything is alright. I'm gonna be there. I'll be there.
With George Norton.
Up next, Dan Etcher's back with us as we're going to be talking about demonic exorcisms, the occult, and all the strange on Coast to Coast Radio. When banks fail, when bonds are devalued, when the stock market is in turmoil, you can grab yours and gold, something you can hold physically in your safe at your house. And now you can also hold it in a retirement account. In fact, if you have an old IRA or 401k that's tied to a risky stock market, you can roll that over without spending an additional penny. To a physical IRA in precious metals. Convert gold can help own the physical gold in a tax sheltered account. We've known the people at Big Gold for a long time. We've been on the show before for people. Just text the word COAST to 989898 and get a free info kit on gold. There's no obligation to educate yourself on how to diversify in this highly volatile market. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of happy customers, countless 5-star reviews, you can trust Bert Gold to give you honest advice in protecting your savings with gold. That's COAST with 989898 and find peace of mind in gold. Consumer Cellular is the most trusted wireless brand, and they've been providing superior nationwide coverage for more than 25 years. Switch today and save up to half on your wireless bill. They offer unlimited talk and text with flexible data plans starting at just $20 a month. Their award-winning customer service team makes switching easy. Keep your phone and number, and activation is free. Plus, you can add a family member to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls because Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage. And this is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Also, with Consumer Cellular, you can save up to $250 a year. Go to consumercellular.com/Lori for a limited time. Get $25 on your wireless bill. Then you use promo code Lori. That's consumercellular.com/Lori. And use promo code Lori for $25 off.
Wow, that's amazing. And we got that.
And welcome back to Coast. George Sorry with you, Dan Eckert back with us, psychic medium, occultist, expert seance host who loves interesting books on spirit communication, magic, and ritual workings, and the ways in which the occult has influenced everyday life. He hosts seances with his wife, Jack, performs psychic readings, enjoys lecturing on all things related to the occult, possible entities, spirit communication. Website linked up at coasttocoastdaily.com. Dan, welcome back. I'll be down. course. It's great to hear from you. Thanks so much for having me.
Looking forward to it. How did you get started in dabbling with the occult?
Yeah, well, I grew up in a haunted house, and it seemed like maybe the easiest way or the best way to get some results in dealing with the things that were terrifying me was to learn more about them. And that started in a Reader's Digest book about the great mysteries of the 20th century, which of course, featured Aleister Crowley and the pyramids and spontaneous combustion and Jaffa and all those things. And that's what started my journey of thinking, like, well, wait a second, what is this magic that people are talking about? And will this help me with my ghost issue?
I think I read that same Reader's Digest issue and it was fantastic, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it totally captured my imagination.
And you do exorcisms as well. I thought that was just relegated to a Catholic priest.
Yeah, that's a really great question, and that's really the thing that people think of. I think of that 1970s horror movie, The Exorcist, and I think there's a lot of drama in that, certainly. And the Catholic Church has always been one of the louder Christian proponents of exorcism. But there are a great many different traditions that deal with exorcising or removing spirit. And occultism, or the practice of esoteric or occult philosophy, is one of the main bedrocks of where we get our kind of technology that we use for exorcism.
Dan, tell us a little bit about your understanding of possessions and what that is, and who is the possessor?
Yeah, when we talk about stuff like, you met in the Catholic Church, it's tendency for people to think that possession is purely some kind of satanic entity, or even Satan himself in the exorcist horror film. But when we talk about possession, we really look at this from the lens of what are spirits and what are the spirits that are involved in possession or involved in taking up space where they should not be. Why are they there? And what specifically are they? Now, there are a great deal of spirit lists that have been accumulated by people studying the occult, studying demons and angels, and trying to figure out a cosmology of where these things fit, like who's in charge of these creator entities. So that logic begins to break down even further when we begin to kind of reckon with this idea of an animist framework for magic. The animist framework being that anything kind of has a spirit or an essence about it that has a will. So to break that down and make it, kind of easy to understand, that means that not only could, an angel or a demon or a spirit that we traditionally think of as spirits that might move objects in houses or, frighten people or even possess them. Ideas can become those sorts of things. A belief that we have can become oppressive or possessive. I've spoken with many indigenous individuals who shamanism who believe that there's a kind of spirit of possession within, modern society of greed, if you will, or something along a more kind of moralistic framework. So that's why when we talk about like an occult perspective on exorcism, what that really is talking about is, well, accurately determining who and what it is we're dealing with, rather than just trying to like rubber stamp it with a one-size-fits-all kind of management or exorcism process.
Have you ever been hurt or attacked in your work?
Yeah, people go through this pretty quickly, and I think there is a lot of drama there. But yeah, things have been thrown at me. I've seen things afterwards in front of me in the middle distance, coins most commonly. Of course, I've been threatened by individuals who are involved in the exorcism as the people afflicted by that spirit or entity. But I have also been physically pushed, never strapped, fortunately, but my wife has been caught while doing an exorcism in a building that's pretty close to us. We were actually covered and made the front page of the paper for it. We picked her up and threw her back from a room she was trying to enter. She did not land on her feet, but still it was one of those moments of, there's something real.
Diesel NFT, do you ever take like butter and put it in coffee? Have you ever tried that combination?
Yeah, and honestly, this
cannabis butter.
Exploration into the world of seances, the world of spirits, ultimately led her to take a step back from doing exorcism in particular, because we'll call it the emotional drain of the work was a little bit too heavy. So while she still does mediumship and while she still practices magic and, leads retreats and keeping with me, the exorcism thing is something she tends to stay away from. And I don't blame her. It is
Russell Crowe, the actor who we know is got a movie coming out called Exorcist, where he plays the part of a real exorcist, the late Dr. Gabriel Lamore, father-in-law, who claimed to have performed, get this, 50,000 exorcisms. Is that conceivable?
I always raise my eyebrows when I see anything kind of associated with Hollywood film production, because they do have to prioritize drama. That seems a little high to me, but I also know that if that is your main job, if that is the main thing that you're doing, of course it's going to take up all of your attention, and of course you're going to get all those cases. I mean, let's just face facts here. The Catholic Church has not been as aggressive in their pursuit of exorcism as the United States and Europe have modernized. Modernity has kind of taken hold of this idea of spirit disrupting a space, or not to get a person becomes, something that feels too much like superstition. And so we try and push it out of our mind and say that can't happen.
Even if we did it over 30 years, we're talking about 1,600 plus exorcisms a month. That's not exhausting.
And I wonder, too, how they're counting those spirits. So, an exorcism process can take place. You can do an exorcism in a building or for a person, and there might be more than one entity attached to that space or attached to that person. I mean, to use that kind of animist perspective we talked about a little bit earlier, consider, if someone, if the indigenous people are correct, and, we are possessed by a spirit of greed. Well, what other things come with greed? Well, avarice, sometimes lying, these things. And there are certain entities that rule over those particular, actions that people take. So dividing whether or not this is truly a spirit versus, just the actions of a person versus the actions of many spirits or entities, that's really where, having an occult framework, I think, needs to be a little bit more precise in the operations you're trying to perform.
If we were to give you one title with what you do, what title would you prefer to be called on?
I prefer occultist because it covers a vast variety of my research and the work that I do. As a spirit medium, certainly I connect with people, departed loved ones, but then also I do ritual working for clients, or I do ritual working for my own purpose that might aid in manifestation or higher self-knowledge, exorcism,
chemotherapy treatments, and alcoholic life.
amongst each other. So the term occultist I feel is general enough to kind of give me latitude, but specific enough in letting people know, I'm coming at this from a perspective that is other than, one of the mainstream top-tier big religions.
Well, Dan, I heard that we're talking about occultism. Why is it that the word occult seems dark, dangerous, and scary when it comes to so many people?
So first, here we are talking about exorcism, and even though I'd like to think I'm one of the good guys, quote unquote, helping people, it still is scary. And, the vast amount of people we help in performing exorcism is their constant refrain has been, I'm afraid people will think I'm crazy, and no one will ever believe that. And that's kind of an alienating factor. I don't think people are prepared to engage with this type of work until when they hear the term occultist, they think of all the dark things associated with it. And I think sometimes they confuse that term with the term cult. A cult is, UFO, like, you know, murder suicide or something like you've read about in too many countless papers, or, you know, small religious sects gone awry. Those kinds of cults, I think, reflect on the term cult, which simply means hidden. But not everyone knows that.
With exorcism, do you invoke the name Jesus to get rid of the demon?
It depends on the spirit. Some entities, some demons have a direct relationship with a kind of Christian pantheon. Others seem to come from outside of that. You know, to use the Bible as an example, we're told in the book of Kings how Solomon allegedly erected the temple, and he does so by binding and commanding demons. So they're not listed in the Bible, but the Bible specifically references a book called the Acts of Solomon, which is all about where Solomon found his demons. And those demons, the Acts of Solomon reveal, actually come from an entirely separate kingdom, the kingdom of Babylon. So the idea of certain spirits having certain home ecosystems, where some entities are more effective than others, is a primary tenet of the kind of occult view of exorcism. But yes, Jesus is a powerful name to use, but so it is a second way, which means away, all you profane in Greek.
Now, how do you prepare for an exorcism, and the person who's possessed, how do they come to you for your help?
Yeah, so often we get referrals after people have been kind of exhausting every other outlet. So by the time, and this comes up a lot when we talk about, like, you know, what is an exorcism, and I think, as we've discussed on this call, sometimes people feel like you're superstition or it's something that's exclusively Catholic. But no matter what's happening there, most people feel very alone, they feel very isolated, and they feel as though no one's really taking them seriously. And so they pursue the standard channel of friends, sometimes historians, if they live in a historic area and are experiencing haunted phenomena, hunting. They will explore often psychologists, you know, as people do worry that they're losing connection with what we would consider to be safe. And so by the time they end up with us, it's also been a referral to either, I would call them spiritually aware therapists, who maybe have a view outside of just like traditional, we can recommend this therapeutic technique. And then also parapsychological organizations. So, you know, ghost hunters maybe go into a space expecting a really exciting investigation to come out with more than they bargained for when we show up.
And what do you use in exorcism? Do you have a Bible with you? Any special tools or instruments?
I like to, I think it all. I'll tell you, the biggest tool that we tend to use is a pendulum, because pendulums allow for some degree of communication with what is around us and the spirits of the space, but it's also very safe. Unlike something like a Ouija board or channeling, where you open a pathway of communication that feels more two-sided, the pendulum is more one-sided. All that happens is the pendulum moves. So we use that sometimes to drive who is most afflicted by this phenomena, where the phenomena reside, trying to get yes or no things to apply to spirit to a list. So of course I'll be bringing my grimoires with me, often the Lecture Key of Solomon.
Have people seen those videos of sometimes it's children, but usually like teens or young adults, or perhaps even older, where they have epileptic seizures, and instantly after they start smoking some kind of cannabis, it's like they're calmed. Has anyone seen those?
It becomes, it's more than just carrying a crucifix in the bag, so I keep my crucifix with me.
You don't splash holy water on your subject?
No, I don't use holy water. Holy water, any purified water can be very useful. I tend to like using Florida water, which is a rock that evolved out of like a hoodoo tradition. It's named actually after the fountain of youth that supposedly exists within Florida. But it's always been used as a good vanishing agent, so I'll use that. Also, candles, accessory, reliquary from any kind of saint or shrine. that quite a few relics that are used, especially if we come up against a spirit that's identifying as exclusively Christian or within that faith. And then things like pieces of iron coffin nails, glass bottles which we can use to find the spirit or create a spirit trap.
Was the problem to use water from my pump getting on?
Allegedly, you know how it is. I have not seen signs of the fountain of youth in Florida. So I will say Florida's a strange place, so it wouldn't surprise me.
2 years, you get like a probationary license.
He did.
How long does an exorcism normally last?
Yeah, well, it depends on the number of spirits involved, and it depends if we need to get anything else. So, for example, if there's a spirit that fits very well within certain astrological time conditions, we might want to wait until the moon is in a certain phase, or we might want to create a certain seal or sigil or spirit trap that will require astrological timing, like a Hecate spirit trap will generally need to be fired or created on a new moon. So we do have that timing restriction sometimes to think about. But in terms of showing up to the space and working through it, it can generally take quite a long time. 3 to 4 hours seems to be the normal amount of time for an exorcism. Not only do you have to tend to the people who are involved, also the space and the spirit. And then there's a great deal of after counseling or just checking in with these people after they go through something like that.
Now, you're not a doctor, Dan, but how do you know whether you should refer somebody to a psychiatrist as opposed to just do the exorcism?
Absolutely, and I'm so glad you brought that up, George, because Kat and I, we are not doctors, we are not professional medical figures in any way. However, most of the individuals that we work with have already come through a vetted network of trauma-informed therapists or psychologists, so by the time they've arrived with us, they have a kind of case history that they're willing to share. If someone comes to us, though, and they're saying that they have a troublesome spirit or they feel like someone around them might be possessed, we do refer them immediately to someone who's in our network with therapy and psychology, just to ensure that there is nothing mundane happening that could be explained away or treated more effectively than exorcism. However, I will make it clear that we tend to, in modern society, view exorcism and mental illness as explanatory of each other. So if someone is claiming to be possessed or that they're haunted, they're just really, they need their medication for something. They need to go out the door. And when you look at the literature or the history of this work, there does seem to be not a causal relationship, but certainly these two things exist together. And that's been something that has come up in the work in the past. That just because someone might exhibit mental situations can be diagnosed accurately and treated accurately does not also mean that they should not be having paranormal phenomena or spirit phenomena as well.
Sometimes these people come in screaming and yelling at you.
The people who are doing the screaming and yelling are often the ones who are most afraid of what's happening, and their biggest fear is always, you're going to make this worse. And that's generally because everything that they've tried up until this point has made it worse. I.e., they have a friend who's into ghost hunting who tells them to, break up the Ouija board and see if it has a name, or they have some friends who are just making fun of themselves, so they try to ignore it, and they just press it down and, try not to acknowledge it while secretly dreading it all the time. Because they are anxious, they are feeling afraid. Kat and I are generally very good at calming them down and explaining clearly what it is we're doing. That's your point on your floor to summon Lucifer. We're actually very methodically going through a list of solutions and trying them.
Dan, we're going to take a break. We'll come back and check in with you in a moment.
Ghost Insiders.
The new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I'm reprinted in the KSI 24-hour newsroom. 9 people have been arrested in an illegal gambling crackdown in Pomona. Police say major crime task force also seized 55 gaming machines, stacks of cash, and drugs. A bomb squad officer has been suspended for 10 days.
Does anyone have any experience with THC in capsule form? How does it affect you?
Failed to calculate the explosive power of the illegal virus that is trying to destroy. 2 officers have been accused of misconduct and 2 others received corrective action. And Facebook is settling a data privacy suit in the U.S. with $725 million up for grabs. Have until August 25th to submit a claim.
It's a great question. What are all the experiences that you've had with them?
Right now it's 55 in Seal Beach, Anaheim has 57, 52 for Rancho Cucamonga, and 56 degrees in Long Beach. With a local from the TFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Kennedy.
And in Ontario, because the 16th left down at Archibald, we're getting reports of debris in the right lane there. That the speed is going to be running a break, so watch for the late as you approach. Colton, there they will come to 15 southbound from the 10 to watch here. 3 left lanes are going to be shut down for road work. Let's get you there back to Brian there. A light source system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap. It filters out chlorine and other contaminants, retaining healthy minerals. The light source system is maintenance-free, no filters to change, no salt.
Do they find that it has a stimulative effect?
You forget it. Own a light source water system for only $75 per month on approval of credit. This ends April 30th. Call 800-803-2696 to welcome Jay Shetty to the iHeart family.
That's very interesting. And I'm just surprised that isn't used or at least talked about more often, that you can essentially get high with a pill in the exact same way that you do with, a similar way with a joint or a bong or whatever else, edibles, and you can go about your day. Do you know, and they function very well. Would you say, is that correct, Diesel?
Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeart Radio or wherever you get your podcast. If you own a small business, you got through COVID, and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll.
To me, there's at least there may be some kind of crossover. If we're ever going to see any crossover between Big Pharma and the cannabis world, I could see it in some kind of pill form. I don't know if it'll ever happen. As Diesel said, he's likely we're not going to see it, but I can absolutely see that. But if it ever happened, I think it would happen in a pill. Did you have to, I mean, I imagine it's a prescription and was like a Schedule 1 as well?
So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. In your mind, more stimulating talk. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app or topic ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only $15 a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
And I was just like grapes in my mouth and apparently anything in my bed. Diesel, you should
Yesterday,
like, why would you know back in the early days, like, because of the hemp, and how you can release everything. It's like harmful to the forestry industry. And we was coming home from Mexico. And it was not, I couldn't think it was not
She has to go. I don't know.
we can't have it. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of prohibition because we can act alcohol.
Something wrong now. I'm not for
That it was really about the newspapers. Because the newspapers, that's I'm not media and newspaper. That, those are at the top. And shit like that. Did you know that heaven is 1,000 stronger than a regular piece of paper?
she had to go. I don't know.
Documents that were made out of hemp last today. If you have a newspaper that's like 50 or 100 years old, it's brittle, it's dry, and it's disintegrated. Correct. Yeah, so it's
You're hearing
strong.
Coast to Coast AM.
Those strands, you know what those strands are
Live from somewhere deep below
just the
Earth
steps.
on
Well,
Premier
you know what
Network.
they're called.
We'll take your calls next hour with Dan Eckert, and we'll talk about the occult, so make sure you're part of the program. If you like numbers,
Oh, yeah,
paranormalbase.com.
yeah, this guy in
726
Nebraska,
people
Jonathan
shy of
Babs,
160,000 members
uses
of paranormalbase.com. And if you're looking for someone to bet on the
other
tour,
waste products
that's covered
from
both ways. So
industrial hemp that
paranormalbase.com.
makes
Not
fabrics
good
and
for
cloths
everybody.
and other
Want
things from
someone 60
we
plus
don't have a
things like
faucet
you do want to meet them?
legal
Just go to
cannabis hemp
paranormalbase.com/senior,
which I find tragic.
and there you will find them 60 plus. So check it out, paranormalbase.com and
You know, it's coming. I think.
and of course, here's something for you to build up your
You
immune.
never know where things are going to go these days, especially today.
brings
No,
4 decades of experience in natural products with exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Ray with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and giving the body fuel itself appropriately. The stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be relieved by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. That is the purpose of any stem you adapt things together, supporting the body to be
Dr. Moy, I would like to know after taking adaptive stem
that really stem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptive stem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay
It hasn't yet changed for
stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptive stem and IndyStem.
In the meantime, Diesel NFT, what is the future of cannabis? Like, what do you think? What kind of new technologies are there? Different aspects. What would you say?
563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
Have you ever wondered if we're alone in the vastness of our universe? Marvelous Entertainment has released the newest science fiction that specifically deals with this question. Our friend Marvin Sunderland is a certified film director, science fiction genius, Army veteran, thank you, sir, web developer, and of course the author behind the series of sci-fi novels that includes a 7-novel masterpiece, bringing out the simply best of your imagination. Journey with his book star, Sergeant Waggett, in search of a craft alien spaceship that leads him to an alien invasion. So brace yourself with this war underway all over the place. Sergeant Waggett promises to take your imagination to simply marvelous heights. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels that they come up with by entering coupon code Coast to Coast, lowercase at marvelous.com. That's marvelous.com. MARVALEOUS.com.
Much higher quality. So there's always going to be a problem.
Real people, real stories.
I have bruising because I saw over my arm 3 weeks after I
Do you-
put on the carnivore.
Do you think we'll ever be able to buy like cartridges or dabs at a local 7-Eleven?
I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, it has to be the carnivore. Until I glass the door, you can hardly lift yourself up off the floor. I won't tell you what's been
You so at your 7-Eleven, I mean like THC cartridge, where it wouldn't be necessarily at a dispensary, where you could just buy it if you're 18, just like cigarettes.
Very alert into the protocol.
Wow, I wasn't aware that that was a thing. Asthmatic, is that something that we don't have here in California?
For example, I'm in Colorado. Colorado made Delta 8 illegal, but Delta 9 is legal.
And welcome back to Coast, George George. That was Dan Eckert. If you're talking about the occult. Dan, there's a movie out called Nefarious about a prisoner possessed by a demon. I don't know if you've seen that or not.
I have not watched the film yet, but I am aware that it's coming out.
What do you think of Hollywood?
Why did they make Delta 8 illegal?
Yeah, I think it's always going to be a subject of fascination for Hollywood because it's ultimately a great story. And that's kind of one of the things that we need to reinvestigate when we talk about dealing with spirits or dealing with possession directly, which is what are the morality of these things? And is it always very clear cut, good guy versus bad guy kind of situation? Sometimes I wonder about that. Sometimes I wonder if the entities or spirits that we encounter might not necessarily mean us ill will because they're evil and twirling their mustaches, but because they view us as ants or insects that they just, you know, we see insignificant to them. That's bad news for us. Fortunately, there is some other spirits and methods and entities and deities that you do seem to matter more to, depending on who you're at. So when I think Hollywood talks about the paranormal, they use it as a plot device, they use it as something that can be used to thrill and to scare. And I love all of those things. I love a good horror movie. But I don't think it does a good job of educating the public on to what to expect. And a great example of that would be one of the most recent Conjuring films. Where the villain of that film, Conjuring 3, was literally a cultist. Which tracks well for the Warrens, who are very traditional Catholic, but I think an unfair representation of what occultists are actually up to.
Indiana is when people are doing an exercise. So do they have a belief system themselves, or does that matter?
You know, I do think a belief system matters. I really do, because most of the individuals we see who are very clearly having like profound paranormal coming from appliances and tapworks materializing in thin air and it raining over your bed at night while you're trying to sleep, or you're sneaking across the room as soon as you set the table. By that point, most individuals who we encounter don't have a very firm kind of concept of a belief system in the paranormal, other than this is happening to me and it's terrifying and I want it to stop. People who are heavily invested in their beliefs, and what we see is, and this is just based off of our anecdotal experiences, but it doesn't seem to matter if you're Jewish or Christian or Islamic. If you have a very firmly rooted belief system and a great deal of faith in your belief system, that can't so much inoculate individuals against spirit possession or demonic possession of their homes. It generally only has people who kind of just don't really have a connection of themselves with the beyond or with the divine, but being most open to that type of activity.
Do family members have anything to possess?
Yeah, actually they do. And not always living family members. You know, one of the most recent experiences we had, there was actually pretending to be spirit of a departed loved one. There's a great deal of trauma wrapped around this as well. And this was like leaving, fires in their house. Like, they would come down and find like the name of their departed loved one scrawled on a piece of paper, and the paper they throw out, in the trash can, and later they come into their kitchen to smoke coming out of the trash can. Something that sounds like a Hollywood movie. Of course, when it happens in real life, it's not. That spirit was specifically targeting this family due to the trauma involved, and using that name as a way to further, extracting a powerful emotional reaction. After that spirit was exercised, the actual spirit of the departed loved one came through very clearly, and then kind of was brought into taking up residence in that house. And when I say that, I mean less so like, okay, we just changed out one ghost for another, but that the presence of that departed loved one almost acts as a guide for the family who's been through that, oppressive, haunting, demonic possession experience.
It's fascinating how this occurs.
It really is, because, when we talk about occultism and magic, we often say that magic is a science and an art. And it's kind of tongue-in-cheek to say that it's a science, because we do testing, like we do record all of the results that we have, and these grimoires are passed down for hundreds of years, often under the threat of death, because they do seem to extract results. They do seem to make things happen. Spirit contact totally stops. However, it still doesn't make it not weird.
Are they profitable?
Any less apparently crazy to be talking about, Syrian entities living in someone's house in Maine. Well, that kind of thing happens. The universe is a small place.
Why do some people get possessed and other people don't?
I think the one is a belief system. I think if you have a strong faith-oriented cosmovision or belief system, you have a sense of connection to the divine, and connection to a spirit world, even if you don't give it that terminology per se. So, for example, I'm Pennsylvania Dutch. My family does not identify as witches or occultists or anything like that. They identify as normal, everyday American Christian people. However, due to that Pennsylvania Dutch folk tradition, there are a lot of magical practices that they do without even knowing. My parents have a hex sign on their house, which they bought because, family tradition. But the meaning of a hex sign is actually, some of the hex signs is spirit protection, exclusively protection against malevolent, unseen forces. So I think that's having a connection to the spirit world, connection to your ancestors. But secondly, I think people get, or I should say, I think people are more at risk for possession or for a demonic encounter when they're out of what I would call right relationship with the field that surrounds them. So, oftentimes when we talk about oppressive entities, we see profound alienation, like the spirit or these things to drive people away from others. It makes them feel outside of their community. It makes them feel totally alone. And that's important because they spend more time obsessing about that spirit. And that doesn't seem to happen if there isn't already some kind of inciting incident, i.e. some tremendous amount of feeling of guilt, fair or unfair, deserved or undeserved, feelings of guilt, feelings of self-abuse, so substance addiction, self-harm. These are things that can go sometimes hand in hand with mental illness and sometimes hand in hand with spirit possession. Why are we treating ourselves badly,
I definitely understand that. I essentially have the same feeling, but for silver, simply from the fact that it's more valuable within computers in the future, and it has a higher melting point. But I think gold has major possibilities in the future as well, specifically when it comes to an electronic or technology standpoint, because it's needed in those parts. What are your thoughts?
Something that is impossible to ignore. And other paranormal investigators seem to be there. We already talked about the psychology and therapy component. we go to their house to do the actual exorcism because we want to give them more control over their immediate space. By the time people are experiencing full-blown possession, so things flying around the room, terrifying experiences in the middle of the night, loss of control over themselves and their surroundings. We want to reaffirm that their home is a space that they have control over. So the very first component is the exorcism, which consists of those 3 or 4 hours, depending on what needs to be performed. And then we spend at least an hour together talking through actions they can take in their immediate space to feel safe, to feel secure, and to start acting as if they own the space and they own themselves instead of being owned. Is the house ever haunted? I think these days overlap pretty heavily. Sometimes the house is definitely haunted, and the haunting is the possession, so it feels almost as if the home is possessed. This is a situation where you would see individuals leaving the home and the activity would not follow them. That was the kind of haunting I grew up with as a kid. I could leave my house and I wouldn't have any kind of weird experiences. Nothing would be out of the ordinary. It was geographically confined to my home. Left to escalate and the individuals involved, with anyone, that can then begin to move from the home itself to the actual person. And that's where you see the kind of things that look more like a Conjuring movie, more like an Exorcist movie, and less like just a haunted house.
Are the people possessed 24/7, Dan?
I think it depends what we mean by possession. To be possessed is to be controlled by or under the control of an entity. And that entity might let you do things or experience things that either provide it with your energy or power, and generally make you terrified. But that entity feels attacked, or when that entity feels like it's going to be displaced, that's generally when we see the most kind of immediate exertion of control over the individual who is quote-unquote possessed. That's when you see the kind of like facial changes, voice changes.
Whatever anybody else thinks it is.
General blasphemy and heresy. That's when you see those things come out. And that's only really once we kind of press that spirit or entity into a corner.
Has anybody ever died from being possessed?
There are accounts of that, especially accounts of that in, I'll call them Southern Hemisphere kind of Catholic traditions. And that's not to like pin that on the Catholic Church at large. That's just a feature of the type of spirit invocation that's done in those geographic areas.
You can't take it with you.
Extremely rare. And I would say for a modern kind of exorcism that's done under the oversight of multiple...
Diesel NFT, you know what's up. So essentially when it comes to resources, I think what you said were exactly right. I think actually the #1 resource on Earth is data. #2 is air. #3 is water. #4 food. Essentially what you can use to survive. I don't know if you're familiar, but I have an interesting project. I stream my life live on 6 different cameras and have for 2 years. What are your thoughts? I mean, you're a smart person. I'd love to hear your opinion on this. If you've ever seen The Truman Show, I'm a real life Truman Show, but I'm really betting on this being a complete time capsule of what life is currently. So I do my best to capture all of this. What are your thoughts on data being the #1 resource on Earth?
That ain't making work, is it?
It really is. I know I've said that before, but as I sit here and talking to George, I think, man, Dan, you sound like a nut. You've made this your whole life, and you sound like a crazy person. I can't also deny
it's like a robotics company.
I can't also deny the experiences that I've had and others have had. That's a big reason why I wanted to come out and talk to you today, just to kind of get into the weeds on, okay, but the exorcisms will have to look like this terrifying thing that we built them up to be in TV and cinema, but also do they have a place in 2023? Like, should anyone still be doing these things? And I think the answer to that is obviously yes.
Absolutely. Have you ever consulted with a Catholic priest with what you do?
Yeah, I've spoken with quite a few Catholic priests, and I think
I agree. I think that there's a lot of value in that, and that's why I started streaming a lot. One of many reasons. Do you think that human data will be valuable in the future?
aspects of the church that are interested in modernization and kind of dismissing the superstition and hokum. We don't get a lot of official confirmation or official conversation with places like the Vatican, certainly not the Holy See, or even like the national arm of that establishment. However, I've spoken to many priests who privately have been involved in the work or also are strongly convinced that it's an important thing and giving enough.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Diesel, you're a very smart person. I'm glad you are here. When it comes to data in the future, essentially, do you think there's a lot in the idea of a live stream where AI can basically use human data in order to create foundational databases?
Any of the Catholic priests and have the authority to perform an exorcism. Now, granted, the institution makes sure that there's a lot more double checking, and I can understand that. I think it's important to have those checks and balances. But there's a great number of priests who are interested in this work. There's just not a great number of official channels for them to work with.
Have you ever turned down someone coming to you for help?
All the time. And that's not a mean thing. That's not like, oh, I just don't want to work with you. Or, oh, I'm so busy. It's a question of, are we the right fit for you?
Can you help them? That kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. For some people, we're exactly the type of, the type of person who can understand what their belief system is and work with them on this project and understand that something like this will take some time. And I should make it clear we don't charge for this. Like, this is a service that we provide. However, there's some people that due to their faith background that we just don't have a good understanding of, or a spiritual tradition that we have no business really being a part of. So I would say, like, voodoo is something that I'm not initiated into it. I have a rudimentary understanding of it, but a voodoo priestess or a voodoo priest would be a far better person to do that job than me. And sometimes we scream and say, you know what, we're not feeling that this has anything to do with the spirit phenomena. This is not a demon.
That's a good point. Dan, we're going to come back to calls with you next hour.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to picoftheday.com.
Usually you go to a real estate agent, you're told clean, see, and repair, buyers are going to walk through, house has to be pristine, and if you don't live there, you're leaving with that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing. Go to DirectBuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL. Make it easy to provide quality windows and doors that fit your client. Continually serving the trade professional community. We are a trusted partner who will be beginning to be seen in every project.
Ways that I would describe
We
my
take close
practice.
attention to every detail of your client's home.
Right.
Every one you purchase should as well. Modern windows and doors are handcrafted and perfected, bringing the quality and sophistication in every space. The attention to detail on everything they do. Your attention to detail can be applied elsewhere. Making space for everything that matters most to your clients. Marvin dealers are here to help with your Marvin window and door project. They make it easy to find the best solution with Marvin windows and doors to meet every need. Visit replacementdatetv.com today to find your trusted Marvin dealer. That's replacement.
Diesel NFT. It sounds. I mean, you are very well informed. It sounds like you got the life. I mean, you're basically almost off grid. Have you ever thought of going off grid?
AM 640, more stimulating. We're not just doing one speaker. We're in a couple of more ears as well.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live, on the iHeartRadio app.
Prison for Homeland Security worker. I'm Rick Bennett from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A former Homeland Security worker is getting prison time for molesting two girls in SoCal. Sherry Edwards Keegan has been sentenced to 8 years of prison for abusing the children in Irvine. He also has to register as a sex offender for 2 decades. The 6-year-old was convicted last month. The Supreme Court is extending access to an abortion pill at least until Friday. Earlier this month, a Texas federal judge ruled production and distribution of the widely used drug defaulted nationwide. Last week, the Supreme Court put the judge's ruling on hold as they decide whether to allow full access to the drug or the case is appealed. Once again, air gets a bad rap in California.
Absolutely. It sounds like you got the best of both worlds. I mean, you're definitely preparing, and there's a lot of positive in that, but also you're connected to the real world, and so you still have a good pulse of what's going on. But if you ever need to, you're basically very prepared. Good for you, and good for your foresight.
If you want cleaner air, Albany is connected in New York with the freshest air in the nation. UC Davis is releasing 5 new varieties of strawberries.
That's a great philosophy.
Soil-borne disease. They're the first to be released from their strawberry breeding program. India only slapped a $117,000 fine in the Coachella Music Festival for violating curfew. Their contracts say the music had to stop at midnight. They ran about 20 minutes over. It was Frank Ocean set that ran late, and he has announced he will not take the stage for weekend 2. The singer-songwriter reports he will be late at Coachella 1. And the Dodgers lost to the Mets 5-3. Southbound weather from KFI. Mostly sunny skies coming today. Highs in the low to mid 80s.
Are there a lot of your neighbors the same way?
54. 56 for La Mirada, and it's 53 degrees in Woodland Hills. This is local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Green County.
Speed code work until 5. Echo Park, we have 15. Earlier crack on the 101 northbound Avenue has been cleared from lanes. Your drive is recovering in that area. San Dimas, third work zone. It's about the 210 westbound from Woodland to San Dimas Avenue. 3 left lanes to get shut down for road work. You're seeing slowdowns throughout that area. Say hi to Sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. This is Michael Akiva, a managing partner of Jacoby & Myers, and the official welcome of the LA Dodgers. With decades of experience and a track record of success, Jacoby & Myers will protect your rights.
That's incredible. Is that what you call a super crop?
Trust Jacoby & Myers to go to bat for you. We offer free consultations to help you understand your case and the options available to you. Don't strike out with insurance companies. Call Jacoby & Myers today. Jacoby & Myers, justice for you since 1972. iHeart Podcast is excited to welcome Jay Steady to the iHeart family. Tune in to On Purpose with Jay Steady, the hit podcast where the former monk shares fascinating conversations with insightful people and investigates ways to live life today on purpose.
Try something new. When was the last time you did something different with your partner? They're used to watching them do the same things, the same activities. Let's see them do something fresh and new.
Listen to On Purpose with Jay Steady on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. It's so fascinating. My family is putting up a sideline sports bar with room and my crew. Now you're coming to this arena.
It's time for baseball. It's time for you to rally and Sideline Sports Bar Building.
Number 2.
Well, starting August May 26th.
And the number 1.
Get a hydration backpack and a chance to upgrade to a game. So you earn 500 points on your report card. The 24th or 26th.
What are those? Good time. Growing a business brings pressure. It's not easy to maintain momentum and still keep employees engaged. Fortunately, there's experience. The scalable HR solution helps with hiring, training, HR administration, and compliance while giving my employees competitive benefit options. When my people are able to thrive, My business can adapt and prosper with Insperity. Nothing seems impossible. Insperity, HR that makes a difference. Graduation season is coming. Whether high school or college, one of the best ways to begin. One of the biggest inventories of pre-owned luxury watches. All the watches are certified authentic. You can trade or sell your luxury watches with them too. It's a good time to invest in Rolex as prices have recently softened. Shop online. Open your web browser, Google the
Diesel,
Bob's watches, and my name
do you
is Bill Hanson. You'll be directed to a list of
do you have a lot or any experience with hydroponics? And if so, what tell us about it?
I just got my Rolex from Bob's watches. Customer service, they helped me pick that perfect Rolex for the budget I had in mind, and I got it the next day. So Google the keywords Bob's watches and Bill Handle for that perfect gift. Bob's watches and Bill Handle on Google. If people crazy, they committed a crime. Period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed a crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Selling drugs, they don't do anything else. They commit crimes all day.
I mean, like the kind with the cocoa balls, and you got to watch the pH, that kind generally.
To talk to George Dory, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free for the the Rockies, call 800-625-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Dory.
Welcome back to Coast this hour with Dan Eckert, the Columnist. We're going to take your phone calls on Coast to Coast AM. Let's talk for a moment about Super Beats Hard Cheese. They're just fantastic. And I got to tell you, it's important to take care of yourself. You do everything you can to get, for example, your blood pressure in check, like exercising and eating right. Well, now you have Super Beats Hard Cheese on your side as well. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, Super Beats Hard Cheese with the polyphenol compound, nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone, which is great. You need more energy, circulation, and vigor. In the leading clinical studies, Super Beats Hard Cheese with the polyphenol compound shown to be nearly 2 times as effective at promoting normal blood pressure as a healthy lifestyle all by itself. So double your potential with Super Beats Hard Cheese and support nitric oxide production, healthy blood pressure, blood flow, and healthy heart energy. Plus, the plant-based is gluten-free. So go to getsuperbeats.com to find out how you can get a free 30-day supply of hard cheese, plus get that extra 15% off. That's getsuperbeats.com, BETS, code
I think I would go downstairs once every 3 days and give it the camera.
Consumer Cellular is the most trusted wireless brand. They've been providing superior nationwide coverage for more than 25 years. Switch today and save up to half on your wireless bill. They offer unlimited talk and flexible data plans starting at just $20 a month. Their award-winning customer service makes switching easy You keep your phone and number, and activation is free. Plus, you can add a family member to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls, because Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carrier, with coverage to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by the 100% risk-free guarantee. Also, with Consumer Cellular, you can save up to $250 a year. Go to consumercellular.com/cellular.com/Nori and use promo code Nori for $25 off.
Whatever. It was Bay. And then every 2 weeks. And then don't because I was going every, it was a yes, and it show up every couple days. The neighbors, they were like,
Hey, welcome back to Coast Sports Story with the Occultist Dan. Dan's website is linked up at photooftheday.com. Can you take emails through your website, Dan?
show up, pop up and do
Super. And any kind of question from one of your prospective clients?
Yeah, absolutely. You can totally send us any kind of questions that you have. We do our best to respond to all the email we get, but as you can imagine, sometimes that becomes a little overwhelming. It's not because we single-handedly ignored your request. It just takes us a long time to get through all those emails.
What are some of the signs of possession?
Yeah, that's a really great question, because I think sometimes we tend to err on dismissing all the bad things that happen to us as either bad luck, or we go the other direction and just, stub our toe and suddenly are worried that we might be possessed or have a demonic entity in our space. But what you're looking for in terms of am I dealing with possession is some level of physical phenomena. So some level of noises from within the house, banging on walls, objects being moved, objects not being where they're supposed to be. I would generally say that this would have to escalate to a point where it feels hostile, for it to truly fall under a possession bracket, insofar as a possession that needs to be exercised or removed. But I'm really curious about what people diagnose their luck as. Because when you are dealing with a possession, from an occult perspective, it is not unsimilar to dealing with a curse. And when you are cursed, or when someone is detected from this kind of framework, we expect to see really bad luck. Like everything is going wrong. Everything that could go wrong is going wrong. Constantly, right? Yeah, just constant. And generally, for more than a period of like a month, we, at myself, we generally only get involved in activities after they've reached about 6 months of trying to find some kind of health elsewhere. Just to give you an idea about the time frame for how long these things are going wrong.
Would you prefer that somebody finds like a priest to do it?
All right, then maybe you're gay. That's cool.
I think it matters most to the person who is receiving that sort of work, that sort of divine intervention. If they feel, due to their faith system or the system that they work within, that a priest is the best or the best possible resource, by all means, I want you to use that. I really love to help people when we do this. However, I also sometimes wish that they wouldn't reach out to us as a cultist, typically because of the baggage that most people bring to that. Like they are concerned about witchcraft, or they're concerned about bad things, as we mentioned in the first hour of this show. By the time they're reaching, it's generally pretty severe, and even generally more to some other tradition where they could call a rabbi or a priest or an
Let's go to the phones. Let's start with John in Toledo, Ohio, east of the Rockies. Welcome to the program. Hi, John.
Hello.
Yeah, Power, that's not going to happen. But, Power, do you have marijuana in China?
I've got a couple of questions about cell workers. How important is moving toward a course in Mercury retrograde?
Power, have you ever tried cannabis?
What a perfect question for right now. I've learned personally that Mercury retrograde.
You get into that then.
Yeah, I think astrological timing things are really important when we talk about occult work. Going all the way back to the Picatrix, which is one of the oldest kind of talismanic, astrological-based magic. Obviously, astrology plays a huge role in that. When we look at spirit invocations and vanishings, there are certain days that are far more effective than other days, and that depends on the astrological chart of the person performing the exorcism, as well as what planets are currently in what position and what they rule over. So when we talk about something like Mercury retrograde, which has a lot to do with communication and contracts in an astrological framework, but also has to do with messengers and messenger entities. Thinking here, Hermes is the messenger god of innocent truth. Mercury, and these are all times that kind of align around each other. So it depends on the entity specifically, and there are things that we can do to mitigate that. So you can also mention the moon working, like positions of the moon as well. We generally look to maximize our effectiveness by maximizing we look to maximize how close we can get to the correct astrological timing. So if Mercury retrograde is happening, which is what we're coming into.
Hey man, maybe you're gender fluid.
I was doing a lot of work specifically with Hermes, the deity, because he's so closely tied with Mercury and messaging. I want to do everything I can to increase my connection to him to blunt the effect of the space weather. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. When you walk into a space of someone possessed, do you feel something there from the get-go?
I always do. Mostly because I do a lot of spirit invocation for both my job and for fun and profit. And so when we talk about like walking into a space, I generally feel very attuned to the types of presences that are there. Now, I rarely am able to just dial in on a specific entity and say, of course, it's, it's X entity, it's Boone, or it's Deliel. That's something that has to be deduced with a pendulum, with
No, that's cool. What do you eat?
Channeling, and that's something Pat and I do. But this overwhelming sense of oppression that comes with a possession is unmistakable for someone who deals with those entities or has experimented with this type of work.
There's motherfuckers like, oh yeah, I'm from Blue Ant.
I wonder if you look at I've been doing not so bad spiritualized. On one hand, I'm seeing the signs like 111 and the 322 numbers which tell you that you're on the right path with what you're seeing. There's nothing to materialize and moving forward. So I can give you a little bit of insight into that. Those are synchronistic numbers. They can tell us that we're on the right path.
Definitely. Power. No one's asking you to be anything that you don't want to be. We've asked you a very clear question, and if you're not able to answer it, I don't know if this is necessarily a discussion for you. What do you eat in China? Do you drink water, and what do you eat? Okay. What food do you eat?
And I think we've spoken to that. As far as for you specifically, the first thing I'm seeing is that inner strength is going to be the most important thing in the near term. The issues that you're approaching, you won't be able to overcome by your traditional means of kind of muscle and freedom. You're not going to be able to solve this problem with determination and hard work. This is going to come from an inner sense of strength. This is going to resolve financially. Insofar as there's a benefactor, there's someone who is going to notice the work that you're doing and reward you for it. It's not going to be usual work. What I'm seeing is something around what Spirit is showing is the Six of Pentacles. Pentacle is the coin in the tarot deck. Six is more than half, but not obviously 10. So you're looking at like a mid-sized kind of financial assistance from a benefactor. And lastly, we did mention spiritual component. I'm seeing a lot of hierarchical spiritual work. So I'm seeing getting involved with, more closely involved with the spiritual community, and specifically focused on the dogma of that community. So the beliefs and practices are what interest you most, more so than just the experience of being part of that tradition.
Do you ever deal with the angelic realm, Dan?
Yeah, actually, I teach on angelic summoning and angelic magic. Angels are one of my favorite things to work with, mostly because we use them so frequently in our exorcism work. Angels and demons can be kind of bound to each other, or you can call one forward to kind of subdue the other. So I've been very used to angels, but they are not what people think. Most people think of flappy, fluffy looking, beautiful, angel with two wings and a white robe. And what we find in the grimoire tradition and the Solomonic traditions and the magical traditions is that these things are consciousnesses that are super, super old, like they almost come with the house. And you can even see this in the development of some of like the religious work of the early church, where the early church fathers and thought leaders were trying to figure out what to do with the angels. Like, what are these things? My experience with them has been that they have their own design, and we can kind of come along for the ride, but they're not going to go out of their way to help us unless it aligns with their divine plan.
If you had an audience with the Pope, Dan, what would you tell them about exorcism?
Oh, well, the first thing I'd want to know from the Pope is like what kind of amazing Middle Ages grimoire magic they're sitting on in their archives. I'm sure they have tons of it. When we looked historically, the priest class being literate, they were the ones doing most Western magic. They were the ones doing the experimentation with these angelic
Howard,
compiling them.
Howard, do you have a doctor in China? How does that work?
Or ancient Israel or ancient kind of Arab nations compiling those lists. So there's some cutting edge magic being done there that probably still exists in the Vatican vault. But the thing I most want to stress is that we're in a larger cosmic world than any one system of belief can fully explain and fully integrate. And maybe we should be engaging with some of these. We're afraid that they look superstitious. So when you look at old kind of Catholic Vatican I era material, there are tentacles to the sun and hymns and prayers to spirits or to spirits of a faith. These are all things that I think modernity has kind of done away with, but those spirits haven't gone anywhere. And I almost wonder if they need us to kind of reconnect with them.
When you tell people,
right, from what I recall, Howard, you hear multiple voices. Like you hear a woman sometimes, you hear a man sometimes. Is that correct?
Because people don't know what that name means, or they're afraid that I'm going to tell them something back, that I'm willing to.
Okay, that's cool. Thank you. I am, so I'm ready for him. But do you sometimes hear a woman in your head and a man in your head?
Or, just by the nature of the work that I've done with angels and demons and magic, that I'm somehow, a purveyor of demonic forces. Which I'm surprised at when I, pull out a rosary and, a set of crystals and also a tarot.
All right, Howard, we love you and we love having you as a guest. Feel free to come by anytime. But at least that's not really the topic that we're on, so I'm going to drop you down to just for now, and feel free to come back any other time, and no one's disrespecting you, and we hope that you get all the help that you need, my man. Thank you. I have a question for Diesel. Diesel, oh my God, you were a bodybuilder. Did you find that you were much more motivated to bodybuild when you were using cannabis?
And that there's a retaliatory response. Other people have attended to the gang wars. Every decision or action that you make has a retaliation or a price to pay to the knowledge. So you better make it worth it, whatever, if you decide to do something. But
I had some experience with exorcism, but I moved into an apartment and it was like a spiritual like belief or something.
I'm with you on that. I'm glad to hear that.
I learned that there's hotspots
It would make
strongholds throughout the city, and if any human makes a deal with you, then they get betrayed and disposed of.
Definitely in agreement. And I would also appreciate the beauty of my own body as I was lifting much more. I would look at the detail of my muscles and such. Do you find doing the same?
Too dangerous or violent to go there. Have you noticed any correlation between human possession and disease? Wow, what a lot of insightful questions insofar as how magic works. I'm excited to figure out something because I think there are things that we can do without spending a lot of time investigating the occult. But I do want to say, a lot of people think like, and you hear this a lot in both magical books, but also in pop culture, that magic is dangerous. And I do want to stress that it is, but not in the way that you think.
I am in agreement. I've been a long distance runner in my life, believe it or not. And I would find that it would help to kill the pain as well. And runs really interesting, especially fast and active. When you're doing really monotonous tasks, it can make things super interesting. And also, if you listen to music or doing something else, it can make that more enjoyable. I would just find it helped to pass the time. Anybody else's thoughts on that?
That's all kind of superstition and hogwash. Maybe in the wrong hands, it could be bad. I think in the wrong hands, it could be. I think that
absolutely. I find a lot of bodybuilders kind of, I don't want to say secretly, but it's one of the secrets that you can have in the gym. If you get a good sativa going, perhaps you're able to stay in the zone much longer than perhaps other people because they're lifting weights is kind of a painful process, and I would find a little bit of cannabis would kill a little bit of the pain and also keep me more entertained, and it became fun, and I'd be really motivated to do it. In fact, sometimes when I do it, it makes me want to run. It makes me want to appreciate my body, and I feel like if you've never done it, today is the day. It's 420. Happy 420, everybody. It's definitely something that 20.
If that's magic, and this is something that Western magic has a really hard time admitting because we don't like necromancy over here in Western magic, but ancestry magic.
If people weren't aware of the I guess not the etymology, but like the first 420, Bastomatic, please fill us in on this story.
It also really does do a great deal of protection.
Absolutely. Dan, we're going to take a short break soon. And what I would like you to relay.
That's true. That's true.
After the break is one of the most unusual cases we've got. And I'm sure you've had many, haven't you?
Oh, absolutely. Some very weird stuff that I think your listeners will like.
Tell us about your Instagram account.
That's how I understood it.
And that is the same for our TikTok account as well, @the.expert. Not sure how long that TikTok is still in existence, but until it's banned, we're going to be posting there. We post magical advice as well as thought-provoking questions and tips and stories over on our Instagram.
Great. And seances, you're still continuing to do those with that?
Yes, we do. We do seances, and we also do magical retreats in castles throughout the world. Castle in North Carolina, Castle in Romania.
All right, we'll come back and take final calls with Dan Eckert in just a moment. Right here on Coast to Coast AM, and again, his website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Feeling lost? Not close to your radio? Grab your smartphone or computer and listen to iHeartRadio. Pick up the free iHeartRadio app to the App Store or go to iHeartRadio.com.
Microdose Cafe in the Castro in San Francisco. I was hoping to today negotiations. We're not doing, so it's going to be an avenue that was scary, mostly 50 state legal.
I'm Bree Pennant in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Former LA Mayor Richard Reardon has died. He was 92. He served Los Angeles from 1993 until 2001. The Supreme Court is extending access to an abortion pill at least until Friday. 9 people have been arrested in an illegal gambling crackdown in Pomona. The state major crime task force also seized 55 gaming machines stuffed with cash and drugs. The census showed 90,000 LA County residents left last year. Of course, these people are moving to Arizona, Nevada, Idaho, Oregon, Texas, Florida, and Washington State. Facebook is settling a data privacy suit in the U.S. There's $725 million up for grabs. You have until August 25th to submit a claim. Southland weather from KFI. Mostly sunny. What's the high today? Reaching a low to mid-80s. Right now it's 55 in Santa Ana. Huntington Beach has 56, 59 for Santa Monica, and 51 degrees in Thousand Oaks. We live local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Pennant.
There is a full freeway closure because of 405 southbound from Fairview to the 73. All lanes should step down for road work until 5. Ended Hollywood. This is on the 101 northbound at Cal Road. Little fender there. That's not a lanes on the right shoulder, but watch for it. This is road. There is a west zone. You get westbound from Foothill to St. Joseph Avenue. 3 left lanes are to be shut down for road work until 4. KFI, the guy who's taking their faster upright. You probably already know. In Stone is one of the best ways to learn a language. But did you also know that they offer a lifetime subscription to all 25 of their languages? Dabble in French. Learn a bit of Japanese, or even explore Swedish. And right now, you can get 40% off Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Visit RosettaStone.com today to purchase once and learn from Rosetta Stone. How language is learned. iHeart Podcast is excited to welcome Jay Shetty to the iHeart family. Tune into On Purpose with Jay Shetty, the hit podcast where the former monk shares fascinating conversations with insightful people and investigates ways to live life today on purpose.
Try something new. When was the last time you did something for the first time with your partner? They're used to watching them do the same things and the same activities. Let's even do something something new.
Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcast. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we know the importance of giving our clients more experience, more results, more than 800 lawyers ready to fight for you. Need more reasons? We have covered more than $15 billion and have more offices nationwide. But don't take our word for it. Check out any of our more than 28,000 five-star Google reviews from our clients. So, if you've been injured at work or in a car accident, remember, you deserve more. And we at Morgan & Morgan are ready to fight to get you just that more. Don't wait. Dial pound law or visit photooftheday.com for assistance. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. You call America the largest injury firm. You get the back of the national along with the dedication from your community and big finance. If you need a fighter, you got it. Call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan for the people. Hitting a prime, AM 640, more stimulating talk. Knowing you'll never miss your favorite guest or topic ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out.
We have a new friend who's joined us. Casually has her hand up. Go ahead. GM, baby. We're kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. How about you? Feel free, baby. We're all ears.
The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. It costs toll free for the use of the line. 800-825-5033. The rest of the line is toll free. Call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Call George at text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast with George Story.
We'll be back in a moment with Dan Andrews' final phone calls as we talk about occultism on Coast to Coast. On our next Coast to Coast program for the first couple of hours, Joseph and Amy Alton join us to talk about protecting survival medicine. It's a fascinating discussion. Later on, Sarah Cole's going to talk about UFOs and are we ready to see flying saucers? So we'll be talking about that. Beyond the Reach, that's our television program, and if you've not seen it yet, then listen. You sure are, and you should watch it. So head over to beyondthereach.com right now. And we're going to help you watch it. We have some free episodes there. We also have a free 7-day trial. And that's going to get you access to over 500 shows. And we guys have beyond the Reach. So check it out. It's beyondthereach.com. It's amazing how many programs we've done so far. Goes like that. Really does. And of course, we have a free YouTube.
It's a hot track, my man. It's a hot track. Thank you for celebrating it with us here on 420.
Yeah, this is really great. All you need to do is go to coasttocoastam.com, go to the top of the little YouTube icon, click that, subscribe to interviews of recent and past shows. So have some fun. And if you find yourself on YouTube, just put in the search bar Coast to Coast AM official.
I think it sounds very good.
And it pops up that way too. There's something for you to do there. HealthyLooking.com has a combination of products to help with everyday nutrition, fatigue, and mood, while increasing energy and stamina, plus makes the flawless easier while losing weight and elevating in the morning for energy and function, then accelerate weight management and sleep combo before bed for great full-night sleep.
I've nearly gotten 4 to 5 hours of sleep now a night. I'm thinking to use 57. I wake up, use the bathroom, but I go right back to sleep with 15. That happens, which is pretty awesome. I noticed a high level of happiness. I also noticed that I wasn't taking that. I had more energy. I was more in the moment with my kids. Like, we were laughing more. We were more excited. Every single person needs to feel it. I lost 10 pounds and 5.5 inches off my waist, and I'm so proud of myself. And it gives you energy. It helps you sleep better. It gives you work. I stand by it 100%. I was I am full of relationship. It helps me sleep. It helps me be happy. When I'm ready to go to sleep, I'm getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night. Walks and pounds, inches, knees, my family has made that.
This is George's House. Celebrate and elevate, including free gifts for daytime dedication. Plus, free shipping with promo code George. Accelerate, elevate, free gifts, swim, and now free shipping. Order now at healthylooking.com or toll free 800-394-9930. That's 800-394-9930. Jump on board for better focus, less stress, a great full night's sleep, and weight loss with George's Power Back exclusively at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com. It's important that making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy with LifeLock framework. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name, and crimes committed by criminals pretending to be you. And if you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S. Coast Restoration Specialist will work to fix it. Slow work, taking care of yourself. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions of our businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. So join now and save up to 25% off your first year with promo code GERO. Just by clicking call 1-800-LifeLock and head on over to lifelock.com and use promo code GERO for 25% off.
something even a food. I had to go get my tent. I was supposed to have a hotel.
Consumer Cellular is the most trusted wireless brand, and they've been providing superior nationwide coverage for more than 25 years. Switch today and save up to half on your wireless bill. They offer unlimited talk and text with flexible data plans starting at just $20 a month. Their award-winning customer service team makes switching easy. Keep your phone and number, and activation is free. Plus, you can add a family member to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about drop calls because Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carrier. Coverage to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Also, with Consumer Cellular, you can save up to $250 a year. Go to consumercellular.com/Nori for a limited time. Get 25 off your wireless bill when you use promo code NORI. That's consumercellular.com/Nori. Use promo code NORI for $25 off.
Literally hear individuals speak without issue, but the order and quiet that was around when they played the acoustic set in the whole, like, I don't know, call it employee camera.
And welcome back to Coast, George Story, back with our final segment with Dan Ricker. This week talking about occultism. It's truly remarkable. In the past, Dan, occultism, of course, is considered to be somewhat evil. Has that changed much?
There is a culture shift happening right now. Millennials, Zoomers, more than any other generation before them in terms of Western traditions, are embracing witchcraft, occultism, esoteric belief, New Age, that sort of thing. And that's been happening since about the 70s, with some protracted shifts and now a rapid rise. However, I do think the majority of people still have a lot of suspicion about this work and still do view it as something that, if not outright evil, is something that should be avoided. And I can understand that apprehension, but I also think once we begin to investigate it, we don't find the kind of boogeyman that we've been led to believe.
Please do.
Before we go to final call, share with us one of the most strangest times you've ever had in this field.
Yeah, I was actually at a castle with a group of occultists, and we were doing some rituals, and we actually decided to bring in some of the spirit of the castle we were in. And during that actual ritual encounter, one of the individuals who was attending suddenly felt as if they themselves might be falling under the influence of an actual spirit insofar as possession is concerned. And for many people who channel, that's viewed as a form of possession, a partial possession. But this individual felt like they were beginning to lose control of the partial component. And that was the first time I've ever had to step into space and perform rites of exorcism on the spot. While I was doing that, this individual ended up perfectly prophesying the rest of our experience at that event, down to issues like quirks in the weather, losing power at certain times, natural forces, plane delays, and all of the obstacles that we encountered on that trip, that individual predicted during that event of exorcism. At the time, the event continued with the issues that were predicted. But I still think about that, because every time that we're led to believe, or every time we
Perhaps some of us are.
where like we have all this kind of esoteric entirely figured out, we know all the secrets of the universe. Something comes along and just says, yeah, but this is real, and don't forget it.
Back to the phones. Wildcat Ryan Gill is with us, truck driving in Indiana. Hey, Gill, welcome.
I like it already. No, it's good.
Great. How are you?
Well, it's a little fascinating to tell you the truth, because I've had your phone number in my phone since 94. Really? Yes, sir. And I've never been able to get through. Wow. Yeah. Kind of weird, isn't it? That is kind of weird, considering I got that phone number a few years ago now, but I wonder if it was before mine. I think he meant the show. Yeah. Nice to meet you, Dan. George? I've been listening to you for quite a few years. Been a long haul, that's for sure. You are a thought provoker. Great, doing my thing. Yes, sir. You're doing a good job at it, too. We were discussing earlier about possessed houses. Well, I've seen Amityville horror. So that's a little bit beyond what we've got going on with my house. My house is actually somewhere in the 153 years old age. Wow. Yeah. The day after we signed the papers on it, I got hit by a train. You got hit by a train? You were struck? Yeah. What happened? How'd that happen? I can tell you the time, the date, February 5th, 1995, 1:45 in the afternoon. Oh my God. Yeah. And it was a icy road. I was hauling.
That's hot. I really like it. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you. That was great.
My last run. And tracks up there in that area. I'm nephew from like over your right.
His laws. Man, Diesel, I just want to give you a shout out for as well-rounded as you are. And I just love well-rounded people. So you're an audio engineer. You're absolutely an expert in fucking cannabis by far. You got like Bitcoin ATMs. You are on the cusp of a lot of really interesting things. Shout out to you. How'd you become so well-rounded? All the diversity and all the different, like just different people, different influences.
Wow. And I've had both my shoulders surgically repaired. I've got 2 discs replaced in my neck, and I just had back surgery the year before last. Got 4 or 5 of my discs shaved.
Aside from buy Bitcoin.
Do you have a question for Daniel? Yeah, actually, the guy from Austin actually asked a question. Because I turned into a pet rat, guys. I've never been this type of person. Everything when it's played for everything. My wife has been giving me static for the last couple of years. So we gotta go through the house and, you know.
Absolutely, please do casually. If you got some, line it up.
Have you ever noticed stuff just accumulates and you don't really think about it as anything important until you're asked to get rid of something? Well, I'm wondering, would it be the house that is causing this to happen? The bad luck? What do you think, Danny? I mean, that's certainly a life-changing experience to have that sort of accident that you've described. Yeah, that sort of mishap. If it were a one-off sort of situation where that happens, and you coincidentally landed along, acquiring the house, I mean, immediately jump to, okay, the house is possessed. What I've been more curious in is the long-term effects that it can have beyond just the accumulation of things, but is there a particular attachment to those things, or do you say things that you would normally collect? Like, are they violent, or are they, disturbing in some way that you can't bring yourself to part with them? Those are the questions I'd be asking, and then I'd be looking for, like, significant bad luck, significant, like, obstacles with your spouse, fighting for no reason, that sort of stuff. If now, based off of what you described, I think you can rest easy if you're concerned concerned about it, I would recommend burning some dragons for incense inside the house. That is a very effective rite performed, so you don't need to ritualize.
I've always wondered, Dan, if bad luck was created by the individual or outside sources. What do you think?
Well, historically, I think it both are true. From a magical perspective, we can say that our luck is created as part of a subconscious construct. So we can do things like create affirmations like, I'm very lucky, I have great luck. And that would help on that conscious, subconscious level. But I don't think we can dismiss the faith. The idea of faith is something that seems to predate us. As long as we can explore religious, spiritual, historical traditions, people are fascinated with this concept of faith, and they know crucially when fate is turned against them.
Absolutely. Well, Elias is with us from Louisiana. Welcome to the show. Hello there, baby.
Hey there, George and Dan. You know, Dan, they call me the God brings the gold, man. The Bible says it's the beast, man. I'm down here like a disco comic in a voodoo, hoodoo, and voodoo land here. You say you don't deal with voodoo priestess or priest. And I was just wondering, being a Christian and stuff, and I call on the name of Jesus, so we together all the demons and stuff. There's a show on CBS. It may be on CBS.com or Paramount.com called Jesus. And I don't know if you ever saw that show, but there was a black priest and there was a white lady that's a psychiatrist. So the priest wants the psychiatrist to talk to the inmates. If they are demon possessed that New George is talking about, are they really crazy? Or are they demon possessed? I know you've been talking about different things to get rid of demons and all like that.
You got yourself a hot track there, Casually. We just had Diesel NFT and Casually share some of their art. They are both very talented. We also have Serena, who has joined us. Welcome, Serena. Serena had a live event today on the Metaverse, and we want to welcome you. How did it go? Tell us about it, and do you have any music to share with us?
I do think the name of Jesus is an effective name in spirit, exorcism, and medicine. And whether you want to ascribe that to, Jesus as the Son of God, as the Christ, that is a valid belief system to have and to hold and to believe in. From an occult perspective, the name of Jesus is powerful because Jesus is lineage into a tradition of individuals who have power over demons. This goes all the way back to Solomon, to David, to Jesus, to the apostles, each following a biblical tradition. So from an occult framework, we like to call on the name of Jesus, but also add in David and Solomon, and then extend that power of those names to us. So when I'm performing an exorcism, I will say, under the authority of Solomon, by the seal of David, by the power of Jesus, I, Daniel, have the power over you and command you to act. So that's kind of like ritual framing of the way we use that name, but that does not mean that, calling on that name as a belief in God is not effective. It entirely is. That's why we use it.
Excellent. First time ever. Here we go.
What did the mind know?
Absolutely. I'm sure that people in the present and the future will both appreciate that.
Some of these people need to up their dose. As a line could, what these will be a crisis. Changes that you indicate these people go through. There's an increase when the entity feels their response. Now, we all know the two-way system that abandoned syndrome is they can read what the subject is going through. George might be caused by this also. But there's also a retaliation and needs aspect to it. So we spoke about another path. Could possibly another path be getting together with the doctor that has equipment that can read these statements into what these people are going through, what they're going through. If you turn this equipment on, it's constantly up there being affected by it. And it's going to go retract so I can get on George. Good work. Okay, Michael, thank you. What do you think of that?
Yeah, you know, I've actually been part of a few studies that have studied mediums. Actually, one was with the University of Maryland. And what they did in that study was they would have their participants get inside the MRI machine and do medium 6-based readings or a full-based ritual while inside the machine and measure or image what is going on inside the brain. I think that is probably as close as we'll get, but I like that. I like that way of thinking. Like, let's involve all the technology we have. Let's involve the spiritual technologies we have. Let's involve the medical technologies we have. Because these things are not purely spirit nor are they purely physical. Like all things, I think there's a blend of the two. We are spirited beings living in physical bodies, and that's the way this material manifests sometimes.
James, get up to the website for both of the wrestlings up to the web, please.
Absolutely. You can find my wife and I at dfparts.com. And on our website, you can find a huge archive of blog posts with lists about magic and the paranormal. You can find our Instagram and our TikTok handle, ways to contact us, and ways to sign up for retreats or magical workshops if you're interested in that sort of thing. Or you can just drop us a line and tell us what's paranormal happening or going on in your life.
Super. Thanks, Dan. Always good having you on the program. So, Dan Galante, come down. Lisa Lyon, Lex Walter, Sean Robert Phillips, Stephanie Smith, Chris Ball, Timber Doll, George McNamee, Punnett. I'm George Boyd. Somewhere up close to 6 a.m. We'll see you on our next edition of The Bam. You say something. The last 2 years have been tough for a lot of us, and at times you may have even felt stuck. But now it's time to take control of your future, and you can start with the California Community College. Financial aid is available year-round to help with tuition, books, supplies, and sometimes even rent. Go after that career you can't stop thinking about. Start at your local college and transfer to a guaranteed safe spot at a four-year university. The possibilities are endless. Take the first step. Enroll today at one of our 116 colleges. Visit igers.com. If you own a small business, you got your program, and you're able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on
Let's go. That's
So
beautiful.
let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, just under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that are PCPs and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little payroll tax refund program. They've already returned over $3 billion to businesses in Washington, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the qualify me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. Let's go with that one. Opening up the sideline sports bar with a brewer and like fruit. Now just cut loose to the Number 2, and the number 1 reason.
Wow.
We're not here to make up your mind. We're here to give you the latest.
We have some. Oh, go ahead. Oh, I'm so sorry, Serena. most certainly, not just now, but you can always play it so long as I'm the host. I'm sure Bassomatic feels the same way in the rest of the room. You're very talented, as are you, Casually. Diesel NFT. I really have a question for you three. Do you ever experiment with 432 hertz music or sound? I know, that's why I figured you know all about it, Diesel. So tell us about it. Like, what are your feelings on it?
We also have to register as a sex offender for 2 decades. The 60-year-old was convicted last month. The Supreme Court is extending access to the abortion pill until at least Friday. Former President Trump's attorney is arguing against Trump having to attend next week's rape and defamation trial involving Carroll. He says if Trump is there, it would be a burden on the city and court, adding there's concern of logistical and financial burdens. Carroll has accused Trump of raping her in a dressing room at a Manhattan department store in the 90s.
Do you feel that? I'm in agreement with you. I think 432 hertz, there's a magic about that wavelength, and really those people who know about it, their music is different. It hits differently. Casually and Serena, what are your thoughts on 432 hertz?
Nebraska, Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Texas are under this tornado watch. Facebook is settling the data privacy suit in the U.S. There's 725
Diesel, is there any way you can help us with that?
Until August 25th to submit a claim. And the city of Indigo slapped a $117,000 fine on the Coachella Music Festival for violating curfew. Their contract says the music had to stop at midnight. They ran 20
Go ahead.
minutes over. It was Frank Ocean's set that ran late, and he has just announced he will not take the stage for weekend 2. Singer-songwriter says he hurt his leg at Coachella 1. Southbound weather from KFI. Sunshine on the way. Highs in the low to mid-80s. Right now it's 54 in Tustin, Laguna Beach at 55. 48 for Brentwood and 53 degrees for Local A. Really local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
There's a full freeway closure to the 405 northbound from the 05. In Hollywood, we have good news. Earlier crash on the 101 northbound at Bell Road has been cleared for lanes. The drive is recovering in that area. And in San Dimas, there is a work zone to westbound from Foothill to San Dimas Avenue. 3 left lanes have been shut down for road work until 4. Expect slowing in that area. KFI, the guy who's taking their faster on Brian Van. iHeart Podcast is excited to welcome Jay Shetty to the iHeart family. Tune into On Purpose with Jay Shetty, the hit podcast where the former monk shares fascinating conversations with insightful people and investigating ways to live life today on purpose.
Life on the news. When was the last time you did something to sad time with your partner? You're used to watching them do the same thing in the same activity. Let's even do something special news.
Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeart Radio or wherever you get your podcasts. This is Michael Esposito, the managing partner for Kobe and Myers, and the official welcome to LA Dodgers. With decades of experience and a track record of success, Kobe and Myers will protect your rights and make sure you get the compensation you deserve. Trust Jacoby Myers to go to bat for you. We offer free consultation to help you understand your case and the options available to you. Don't strike out with the insurance company. Call Jacoby Myers today. Jacoby Myers, justice for you since 1972.
Mother's Day is around the corner, and if you're trying to find that perfect gift, check out Bob's Watches. Bob'sWatches.com is one of the biggest inventories of pre-owned luxury watches. All watches are certified authentic. You can trade or sell your luxury watches with them too. And now, the time to invest in a Rolex as prices have recently softened. They carry Cartier, Tudor, a lot more. Shop online, open your web browser, and Google keywords.
Hell yeah, Mr. Jones.
Directed to a list of curated watches to automatically receive $200 off your first purchase online. I just got my Rolex from Bob's Watches. A lot of options. Their customer service is excellent. They help you get that perfect Rolex and budget
Oh, you can't leave it there. Give it to the rest of us. And me. Stare at the beautiful women.
And staff on Facebook, I shopped it around. They offered me tips for the 100. I bought it for tangible, and it gave me $475
$5 for it. And we'll sushi as well as would be the person coming in with, $10,000. Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. This is Jacob Emma. You get involved in a motorcycle accident, call me. This program has been pre-recorded.
Green Day. This is what if we call the Karens? That's what I'm saying.
From the heartland of America and the gateway to the West. Good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Jones. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, via call. Well, before we get going into our program tonight, our condolences, Kevin, we're here for you, whatever you need. Deep condolences. This is happening. Alabama authorities have announced that 2 teenagers have been arrested and charged in that Dadeville mass shooting at a Sweet 16 birthday party over the weekend. 4 people killed, another 32 injured when gunfire erupted at approximately 10:34 p.m.
You're very, very talented. One thing I just, if anybody has any questions regarding the 432 hertz, one thing that I find interesting about it is it's known as the healing frequency. Essentially, what are the others?
Model 3 electric vehicles in the United States. It's the 6th time it has lowered U.S. prices this year, amid concerns about the effects on its profit margins. This Chevrolet registered investment advisor with us. What's going on at Tesla? Well, first off, George, they had to cut prices in order to be able to get the tax credit that Biden is offering. But despite those tax credits, deliveries only went up 4.5%. Now, of course, its gross margin and its earnings call.
Apparently, the human body releases more serotonin and endorphins at 432, and that I don't know exactly the year, but essentially, like major media changed from 432, which it used to be, to 440, which causes a disruption in like that frequency causes disruption in people.
Way more than what the huge tax margins they compare to GM or Ford or any of the other car manufacturers. But Tesla, despite falling 50%, from its peak, it's still priced at the peak of 51. That's a forward PE. So, looking ahead, I see more problems here, George. Willie's are up 37% from a year ago. Now, that sounds great. Actually, it is great. But its production is up 44% from a year ago. Got 78,000 vehicles here that how is it going to sell them other than cutting the gap? Its cash flow was $441 million. That sounds pretty good. But $3.2 billion is the worst quarter in 3 years for Tesla. Given what we have been discussing about the state of the affairs of the economy, I think it's going to get a lot worse here for Tesla. Right. Thanks, Mitch. Appreciate it. In a moment, by the way, Robert Kiyosaki joins us, the financial guru, and we will be talking about more money just a moment. President Biden has lost a sizable chunk of supporters to his new Democratic challenger. At the outset of his challenge,
Blackbird by the Beatles.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He sent me a text today and said he'd like to pop on for a few minutes next week. But a new USA Today, Suffolk University poll, the Democratic presidential candidate, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., taking double digits worth of voters away from Biden in his campaign. It's going to be an interesting race to be sure. I texted Kennedy back today and said, if you get elected, please fix the power grid, and I'm sure you'll talk more about that. As we age, cognitive decline is more likely to develop, so we can train our brains and fight it, can we? Well, researchers from the University of Geneva say the answer may be hiding in music. Their study finds that both listening and learning to play music could prevent a decline in brain health. An expert on music and the global brain is Howard Bloom. Howard, what do you think of that?
It's really nice if we could all fight off the forgetfulness and brain decline of age by simply listening to music, which is what the headline of a report in Studies Report yesterday promised. Well, that's not quite what the new study the report is about demonstrates. The new research comes from 11 authors at 7 major universities and research centers in Switzerland and Germany. The researchers put 132 folks between the ages of 62 and 78 in 2 different 6-month programs. The participants in one group spent an hour and a half a day learning to play the piano. The other group spent an hour and a half a day listening to music, learning to distinguish the instrument, and analyzing what the researchers call the music properties across musical styles. Now, none of it was simply listening to music. All of it was hard work. But most of these hard working groups got a brain boost out of the program. Explained studies report, neuroimaging revealed an increase in brain matter in 4 brain regions involved in high-level cognitive functioning in all participants. Research subject brain performance increased by 6%. Specific researchers need to get patients for seniors switch from a major policy priority for the framework of health behavior, oral brain plasticity, and cognitive reserve. Now that's fine, but what about the promise the headline made that just listening to your brain is true? And if there is a benefit to this question, is that bonus that right? Thankfully, brain ability more optionality simply by listening to music robots really good. It's not harvesting how protect the brain against the mental health. The answer surprisingly is yes. The number of such connected brain is enormous. So most of them get into the heart rate, learning to play an instrument, or joining a choir. It's tough to get wonderful things next to brain at that age. So just about casual listening. Casual listening is about all those words. Yes, listening to music during your day is the trauma medication provides a potent brain workout. Explains how both listening to music can reduce anxiety, blood pressure, and pain, as well as improve sleep quality, mood, mental alertness, and memory. They want a 1-2-1 study. After the experimental studies to measure with the audience of their choice for an hour a day, the other group listens to the music of their choice. One of the primary researchers on music relationship to the brain and age, Taylor Hamlet, sums up the results like this. Music listening was found to be superior to audio listening. Then, the combo was that create brain areas in which clearly listening to music, not afraid of it, including the brain's dopamine power to reward them. How did people resolve? The comment says music arguably ranks among the most powerful and diverse sense, motor, cognitive, and emotional experiences you can have. But of course, the comment and strategy are recommendations for me. Those who also the fast tempo and can temporarily enhance cognitive performance, and therefore, to get brain working. Plus, playing musical instruments and dancing to report activities that are specifically linked to a dementia. The bottom line is to bring inspiration on the
Absolutely. If you have something, go for it.
You got that right, Howard. Be busy. That's the name of the game. Thanks, Howard. The director of the Pentagon's UFO Research Group has provided an update on their work at a briefing for the Senate Committee on Armed Services that indicated that they have yet to find any evidence that the phenomenon is extraterrestrial in nature. They say that the balloons, unmanned aerial systems, clutter, natural phenomena, but they haven't found everything that they need that they come from extraterrestrial possibilities. In a moment, Robert Kiyosaki joins us, author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. We're going to talk about the state of the economy and how it affects me next on Coast to Coast Radio. There's no sign of identity theft slowing down, and why should it? More than $14 billion was stolen from identity theft victims last year alone. The cyber criminals, it's a success story. To the rest of us, it's a wake-up call. Your personal info is in more places now than ever, and all that exposure can make it dangerously easy to steal your identity. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself by monitoring your identity and alerting you to threats you could miss on your own. If you become a victim of identity theft, a U.S.-based LifeLock restoration specialist will be dedicated to your case and work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year by calling 1-800-LifeLock or to go to likeforlike.com and use promo code George. That's promo code George to save up to 25% off your first year. 1-800-LifeLock or likeforlike.com. Promo code George. Fun and Adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sundrum. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrills in straight-out action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember in their line of titles. I Wagon, Haunted Planet, Space Ranger, codenamed Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Wagon Jr. Join them at iWaggit.com. That's iWaggit.com.
Poor Sam was a mess. Always itching, flicking. His paws were soaking wet. He had bald spots on his back. INOPITE.com. 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements. And today, 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is nutrition. Dynamite is the best thing you can use for your dog. Your dog will be. My Dynamite is INOPITE.com.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Norton with the Robert Kiyosaki back with us, best known as the author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, the #1 personal finance book of all time. He has challenged and changed the way tens of millions of people around the world think about money. He's an entrepreneur, he's an investor, and believes that business has the power to make changes in our lives, take control of our financial future, and live the rich life we deserve. With perspectives on money and investing that often contradict conventional wisdom, Robert has earned an international reputation for straight talk, reverence, and courage, and has become a passionate and outspoken advocate for financial education. Robert, welcome back. I hear a lot about you, my good friend.
So, George, thank you. I appreciate the time on your network.
The collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. I want to get your take on that. What caused things to go down like that?
So it starts at the start of the treasury of Wall Street. I'm a little bit afraid for Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, Bank Credit Suisse, Deutsche Bank, Bank of Japan, and then Secretary of Public of the Systemic Tax Crisis. That goes back all the way to like 1964. When the U.S. had a COVID Kennedy $5 that you share silver. Regression page bad money into the system. Good money goes into hiding. So Silicon Valley Bank went down because of bonds. Everybody thinks everything's safe with the U.S. bonds. So I like that Birch Gold is putting people put money into gold and silver. I believe in gold and silver. Gold and silver. I'd rather trust God than the bankers.
Yeah, me too. Well, the banks came through when people make a run. I mean, was part of the problem that they didn't have enough cash to give back to their depositors?
Correct. Those are all banks from public action. Effectively, you put those $1 in there, the banks run down cash. Think about that.
And so the bank puts out 10, and that $10 goes into another bank, becomes 100, then becomes 1,000. And today the price is now measured in class rate. Not quote, class. How big is a quadrant? Then let's compare it. Think about that. That's like what the money in gold and gold. The President Biden went on the air, Robert, to tell the American people not to worry, all the deposits are safe. Did he do the right thing? Oh, that's all the moral family. President never said that 50% of people were punished effectively. But the problem in America is, the discrepancy is at the core. It's a treatment basis. Now, that's extremely key. But there are no total treatment drugs with inflation and taxation without legislation. So Biden is the very guy that causes inflation. But this very first act, I'm not Republican, the Democrats. I'm not family. I'm like you, I'm not down the middle. But Biden feels a person really now, I sell real gold on the real earth. What the state for oil. Oil. And the pump in oil, $30 a barrel. Biden can go out and get Republican, Democrat. I price of my oil went from $30 a barrel to $100 a barrel. That causes inflation. And they say, I love businesses. Inflation is taxation. Inflation. I mean, even when Biden did that, that's what he was doing. He was crushing the middle class. Because I talked to a real estate agent friend of mine out here in San Diego, where I am right now. And I asked him about how the housing market's doing in this market. And he said, pretty good, pretty good. And he said, we had a house listed, and we had 20 offers over the asking price. I've never heard of that before. What's going on there? Well, that's what happened when the towns are able to start dropping interest rates. That lower interest rate, those people that 3 times double. Bonds went up, real estate went up, gold somewhere. So it inflated everything. So that's why when Biden seems awesome, to them, a Republican Democrat, you raise the price of oil. Now, I'm a supporter for the guy after that because I got a extremely rich. But $30 a barrel to $100, under $30, 4 to 5 times your worth. Yeah, he's killing it. So high. He's killing it. All the guys who are talking about it, he's killing it. You know, the price of oil is going up. And he's like Russia for the power of oil. Isn't that crazy? Well, back to the housing. Well, why so many offers on a house? Yeah. So I think people are running to get this really big value of their money. So real estate is one of them. When interest rates go up, the doors come down. The biggest crash is going to be commercial, like office buildings and shopping. And those are REIT, real estate investment trusts. And they're the biggest real estate holders in the world. And so they keep raising interest rates. All the shopping centers, office buildings, and it's really good. A lot of people go to work, they can work from home. So we're in the biggest changing point. And I suspect that the people dumping in real estate, if they want something that has tactical balance. Robert, what's the difference between a communist economy and a free capitalist economy like this? Well, let me give you a few ideas. I could say an example in Arizona State University. I was teaching the students how to and I did that for $300 of 37 professors. Or it doesn't make sense. And so Hitler once said, let me control the textbook, but I will control the debate. And that's what's happening with our educational system. It's not possible. U.S. Marine, I fought for America twice in Vietnam. And fourth generation Japanese American, my family was in California doing World War II. I was fought for the war for the United States of America. And how the whole family was fought. But I'm told our
Well, let me give you another quote here.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Casually, for blessing with your music. That was great.
And this was Mark. A heavy obsession with graduate is necessary for the proper development of content. And the reason foundation is so important is New York Times now pushes a 1619 project saying that American invasion country. That's such a crap. America was founded in 1772 with the Boston. We always revolt as an act. So today, you're finding first with the point 87,000 IRS. That's spectacular. That's a lot of collections, isn't it? So that's when you read it again. One, the heavy progressive or progressive income tax is necessary for the proper development of economy.
If we have any other artists who would like to come up and play your music, feel free. The ones who are currently up here, if you have another song, feel free to play it as well. That's absolutely right, Lady Wing. No, you got the right attitude.
Doesn't he have advisors around, like people like you, telling him, don't do this?
Well, another one of my good guys I quote is that guy Jordan Peterson. Always speaking up, making get any program I can speak up. But I was yesterday in Vietnam, helicopter down, but down 3 times. But I was telling some people, they don't got it. And the guy was trying to get our freedom back and talk to their education. But the guy played it this way. I question all of that.
When you wrote Rich Dad Poor Dad, did you ever expect it to be as successful as it was?
No, Jordan. You know, I flunked out of high school twice, 15 and 17. Because it kept life. And that's how the toughness of it kept life. He did not like what I wrote. Now he's school to visit your education to the house. And so I just took the teacher and I got you spoke your mind. Because when you're touching this day, balance your life. So George, please keep doing what you're doing.
How many times you get knocked out? How many times you stand back up?
I'm not going to stop, Robert. I'm not going to stop. We got a break coming up. Speaking of stopping, so we do a little bit. We'll be back in a moment. Robert is talking with us. Next hour, we're opening up the phone line with him and give you an opportunity to chat with him. Again, he is one of the world's greatest authors. Rich Dad Poor Dad, but the rich their kids about money. But the poor the Ghost website is now free. If you're a Ghost insider, or want to support our website on your phone, visit coasttocoastgames.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
According to real estate data analytics firm Adam, U.S. homeowners filed 22% more foreclosures this quarter compared to the same time last year. New York, Chicago, and L.A. were leaders in foreclosures for large cities. Former L.A. Mayor Richard Lincoln has died. He was 92. He served in L.A. from 1993 until 2001. The Supreme Court extending access to an abortion pill until at least Friday. Mayor Lincoln said she's working with police to create a plan of action to stop street takeovers. The mayor says the plan
on installing bomb stops to reduce speeding and fleet takeovers, while stops around ticket markers used to mark lanes on highways. Southbound weather from KFI, sunshine on the way. We'll see highs in the low to mid-80s today. Right now it's 56 in Wake Park. Jackson Valley is 54, 53 in Pico Rivera, and it's 52 degrees in Calabasas. We lead local for the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kennett.
Southbound has always shut down for World until 5. Ended down in the 5 northbound at Florence. We have a crash there to the Pro Cool Bay. You drive just punching up that coast. Long Beach, there is a work zone. It's called the 7 northbound from Long Beach Boulevard to the 91. You're right into it. If you're looking to get out of your house, it doesn't matter why you're moving. Maybe you inherited a home and now you go to a real estate agent, 6%. Your whole thing, repair, buyers are going to walk through. Don't live there. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com is a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do that. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash payment for a phone. Go to DirectBuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, DirectBuyers.com. It's no secret. As a college student, juggling classes, work, bills, and even taking care of your family can be tough. But you're tougher. California community colleges offer the support you need to reach your goals. Resources like year-round financial aid, academic counseling, childcare, transportation, emergency housing, and even free groceries can make a big difference in saving the world. Get connected to the support you need to make your dreams a reality. Visit iCanGoToCollege.com. iHeart Podcast is excited to welcome Jay Shetty to the iHeart family. Tune into On Purpose with Jay Shetty, the hit podcast where the former mom shares fascinating conversations with insightful people and investigates ways to live life today on purpose. Marketing news. What is a lot of the same? The franchise is in partner. They're used to watching them do the same thing, the same activities. Let's do them do some interesting news. Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcast. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating. Anytime I hear something rustling downstairs or outside the bushes, my first instinct is to lean over to Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeart Radio app. This is Coast to Coast AM with your story. We're going to be back in a moment with Robert. We're going to take calls with Robert. Next hour, love for all of you to come to Oregon. I'll come. Well, George, speaking of our live show in Oregon from the Animal Planet channel and the show Find You Bigfoot, I am Matthew Moneymaker on the phone who will be one of our guests at our live show in the Dalles, Oregon. And the show is going to be in Maine. Matt, how are you? I'm doing great. Excellent, excellent. So your show, Finding Bigfoot, that lasted for what? Almost like 100 episodes? It was 100 days over about 70 years. So remember, this doesn't matter because some years I've opened, but yeah, for about 2010, 2017, 100 episodes, we went all over. That is a great run. I gotta tell you, one of my favorite episodes is where you tell the guys in your crew, you're going, I don't care what anybody says, I saw what I saw. You were so excited in this episode. What was it like to film you were in North Carolina, is that correct? Yeah, it's North Carolina is an example of a state where before our show, most people didn't think that this was really in that part of the country. And I think that was an eye-opener for a lot of people about the whole year. And even the network was pushing us saying, yeah, we want you to go to places where there's big that and North Carolina being one of them. That episode was Hawaii and Florida, the part outside of Albemarle, and our team had done expeditions there long before the show happened. And so we knew the hotspot, including one where a big trip, one of those places we wanted to come around very reliably, it was from West Orange. Well, anyway, we did an episode there and we got the back. We are so excited to have you at our live show. What do folks expect when you're coming to the show when we bring you up on stage? Well, we'll hear the footage behind it, the stuff that I think is legitimate, and I also have an example of the truth of the cat heel, which actually shows a cat of a part of the cat-like body, and you can see how much larger it is, kind of like something even better than a footprint cat. And people find that very impressive. So we'll show you if you have that kind of artifact. And a lot of people have questions about things that even I take for granted because I've been in the subject for a long time. But it makes sense to a lot of people. And they learn an awful lot of the subject very quickly. Matt, thanks for spending your time in this series with me now. Of course, the show is Saturday, May 27th at the amazing Granada Beach in Dallas, Oregon. Just about 54 miles from Portland. We'll have two other guests, of course, Matt and then Dr. Sky, and also UFO abduction as well. This is one fun night. Head over to coasttocoastalien.com and Lex's got all the info right up there. We'll look forward to that. It's coming up really, really fast. And here's something for you that builds up here.
Healthylooking.com and Dr. Alan Lay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to your immune system. Here's Dr. Lay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low-end hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and treating the body to heal itself. The stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation is due to high blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver, created by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that are weak. And that is the purpose of getting stem and adaptogens together, supporting the body to be.
Dr. Lay, how will I feel after taking a Dr. Stem?
The immune system is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put a black on with it, and most of the healing within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Lay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit, Dr. Stem Immune Stem, and your physical lifestyle is only available at healthylooking.com. Call at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
There's no sign of identity theft slowing down, and why should it? More than $14 billion was stolen from identity theft victims last year alone. It's not the criminals, The success story for the rest of us is the wake-up call. Your personal info is in more places now than ever, and all that exposure is dangerously easy to steal your identity. LifeLock Minority makes it easy to help protect yourself by monitoring your identity and alerting you to threats you could face on your own. If you become a victim of identity theft, and you will face LifeLock restoration specialists will be dedicated to your case and work with them. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year by calling 1-800-LifeLock or to go to lifelock.com and use promo code George. That's promo code George to save up to 25% off your first year. 1-800-LifeLock or lifelock.com. Promo code George.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you can take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available to free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Just know this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-251-7391. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no use in feeling this, but you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-251-7391 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can affect your wages, pension, home, and even your social security check. Call 800-251-7391 for your free consultation and see if you qualify. That's 800-251-7391.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George after Robert Kiyosaki. His website is linkuptocoastofthings.com. We are talking about the economy and ways that you can benefit from it. How can people make money in this kind of a situation? Robert? What do you recommend they do? Well, I always recommend, don't have insurance, don't kill them. I sell financial education. But again, I ask people what the tools people make money. For most people, there is tools that you can afford. So, like, to an example, a person like me and copyright for books, we don't pay taxes. I always remember American founded the tax in 1773. So this is the rule, but that's another book I wrote is called The Cash Flow. He says to employees pay approximately 40% of their income in tax.
Absolutely. Let's hear them.
For startup entrepreneurs, they're the highest they pay 6%. Wow. So what happens is they have employees that aren't going to partner. He did not use it instead he stuck a bag. On the other side of the quadrant, there's and I stand for investor, but inside. So if you're told to invest for 401k, I'm not going to finance advisor. That's like talking myself. I've been watching every once in a while a television show on Amazon Prime called he's a U.S. attorney for Eastern District of New York, and he's going after this multi-billionaire who buys and sells things to a capital company that the guy owns. And he's works on insider information and stuff like that. What's going on in Wall Street? That's a great question. The question is, well, there's always an insight. The question is how close to the inside are. Understand this is
If you bought Kool-Aid, not the Kool-Aid, to go to school, get a job, work hard, save your money, pay your taxes, get out of debt, and stuff. You're far from where you were. That's the bad part about open. Insider information is trying to be legal to trade on that. So that's now it depends upon what kind of insider you are. For example, let's say the mom and pop and you want to buy a house to rent out. So the moment you do that, it's going to be open. So now it's insider. So an insider is that. But if you buy an REIT, real estate investment fund, the rules are I mean, you hear it at the local bar, and the guy from the company says, yeah, we're enrolling in this subsidiary tomorrow. And you try to advise him to stop. Have you committed a crime? Well, it's a test. I mean, all